is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Open to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave, a living in shanty towns. We ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime. Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein and drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Howdy, folks.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Howdy, howdy. How we all doing? You enjoyed me on the line? Hell yeah, Salty Turtle Cupcake. How you doing? Hello, Jamesy. Hello, Telvani Mage. Hello, Gordon. Hello, Gwennifer Forever. Hello, Kazooie. Hello, Twin Tails. Hello, Queer Cranium. Hello, Gwennifer Forever. I might have already said hello to you. Damn it. Hello, Judgment for Rezone. Hello, Kiva Indofur. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello, Lot of Apples. Hello, Queen of Hell. Hello, Knight of Ticking Armor. Hello, Armando Perez. Hello, Max Danger. Hello there, do give a fuck. Hello, the Knifiest Duck. Thank you for the $5 dono and for
Getting
being
in
the
a
first
dono
person.
because it's my birthday.
It's the Knifiest Duck's birthday! Hell yeah! Hell yes! Salty Turtle Cupcake! Thank you
Shimps
for the
together strong.
$42!
BWA.
BWA, you guys starting it out with the big BWA energy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, very knifey duck. Happy birthday to you. You're the knifiest duck. There you go. How was the line? It was good. I convinced a conservative to read Marx. To go read the Communist Manifesto. And he seemed sincere. So, we'll see. I'm dumping all of my monies into Trump accounts. It's going to pay off so bigly. Oh, bigly, indeed. Stoner Witch, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Hello, Travis T. Hello, Nocturnal. Hello, YouTuber Grudge. Hello, Damned Sputnik. Hello, Shinamort. You did fantastic. Thank you. I've been on the Transatlantic Call-In show a couple times, but this was the first time going on with Jimmy, and it was a fun time. Hello, Maghar. Hello, Patrick Lucas. Love the duck, just don't fuck with it. True. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Ollie. Hello, Elizabeth. Hello, Coder Joe. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom, the metalist kitty I know. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Default X. Hello, Small Frog. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Raphael. Saw you on the show earlier, had to look you up and follow. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And for standing against fascism, we're gonna do our best, alright? Whew. Gotta hold down the fort here and do my part for the city that I live in that is under attack. Whew. Stupid genius, hello? Hello, my name is Mud. Hello, everyone. Like saying hello to all of you before we get started. Hello, Leadite Rose. Welcome, anyone who's coming in new, who just got exposed to me over on the line. Come on in, make yourselves cozy, get yourselves a drink and a snack. We're going to be talking for a while, doing our best. It's going to be an interesting night, I think. Hello, Low Clarity. Yes, I'm wearing a Space Hulk Deathwing shirt. One of the last sweatshirts given out over at E3. Back from my video game journalism days. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Bizbee. Also, did I see Blueberry Bumblebees and I didn't say hello properly? Did I? I hope not. Hello, Zisu Sultanfuss. Hello, Epstein Files. Release yourself now! Hello, Brutus Magnuson. Hello! How we doing, Patchwork Gods? Howdy, 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 folks. Why are you wearing makeup, dude? What? Do you think you live in a world where dudes don't wear makeup? Every single action movie star you vigorously masturbate to has worn makeup. You stupid simpleton. Number one. And number two, I'm not a dude. So, I don't know. God. These people, by the way, are all terrified that they might be gay. You know? Every single one of these insecure fuckwads who comes into my channel to try and, I don't know, be mean to me or whatever. Like, every single one of them is terrified that they might be gay, and they get angry that they wound up on a trans woman's channel, and it drives them a little bit insane, you know? How do I feel about the Second Amendment? Uh, I don't know. I don't feel anything particular about it. I think it's your right as an American to own a firearm. I would like it to have been interpreted by the courts to mean like a well-regulated militia. People who are part of one of those have the right to own a firearm, but that's not how that went in our country. And so, if you're an American, you have the right to carry some firepower. Oh no, to gay. I need to gnaw my leg off. God. All right. So I'm a middle-aged gay guy who's trying to navigate the world of pronouns, which sure as hell didn't exist when I was a young gay guy. So what is your pronoun? You didn't have pronouns? How did you refer to each other? Had you not invented he, him? Had you not invented she, her? Like, did you guys not, pardon me, as a young, did you guys not have the word you yet? Did it take a few years to invent it? Oh shit, did you not even have the pronoun it? Oh my god. Everyone slightly older than me must have been living quite a diminished life.
Fucking pronouns!
Yeah, and Mr. FNH, the thing is, I don't believe people who have a gun permit are well trained or in any way part of a militia, which is why when I drive around, I have to see billboards telling people that they should lock up their guns so that their kids don't accidentally shoot themselves or others. Because, you know, people who get gun permits aren't necessarily responsible gun owners. Which is part of my problem, you know?
Please accept this small wage sacrifice. Love
Thank
you
you
all
so
and Hail
much.
Yog Sothoth. Octopus emoji, octopus emoji.
Kadath, thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. What am I looking for here? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. There you go. Look, guys, all of you transphobes that came in here, like, you guys missed it. I was just on a debate show. You could have called in and debated me. But you didn't, because you're all cowards. You're all dickless losers. And I don't mean that because I have to tell you guys, I also don't think you have vaginas. I think you are in some kind of medium spot of Schrodinger's genitalia. You know, a superposition of different genitals. Stop it. Stop it. If you want to call in and debate me or say mean things to me, there's a call-in show where you can do that now. Yeah, smooth like a Ken doll. Or Barbie doll. Yeah, Schrodinger's genitals, indeed. Yeah, by the way, none of those...
Caught the end of you on the line, and I enjoyed it. Also,
Hell yeah.
just finished White Fragility yesterday and am quite happy to have read a book that would make my MAGA family rage.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, One-Eyed Atheist. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Yeah, by the way, none of these people who are commenting and like being like, I would debate you, not a single one of them called in today on the debate show. Not a single one of them. They're all full of bullshit. Every single one of them. And like, but Sticky and Skunk, like, I don't mind interacting with a transphobe with a bland script. You know, like, I can work with that. Like, I can talk with them and I can, like, I don't know, at least show that they're full of shit, and they know that they're full of shit, and they feel silly afterwards. But, like, the people who are coming in and being like, dude, one, I've been an internet content creator for years. Y'all don't get under my skin anymore. Two,
Did a job interview today as a welder. I
fuck
think I
yeah.
made a good impression and they are likely to call back.
Hell yeah, Psycho Salad, you get that money. Get that bread. Get that weld. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But, like, if you guys are wanting to actually engage with ideas, which I understand why you would be afraid of doing that, you can call in. I'm on the Transatlantic Call-In Show. It's a debate show for you morons to call in and try to make me feel bad or, like, make me look silly in the marketplace of ideas. No one's managed to do it yet, but you're welcome to try. Earlier today, I talked to a conservative man who called in to complain about me saying that ICE was a white supremacist and ethnic cleansing operation with concentration camps. And that man walked away from our conversation pledging to read the Communist Manifesto. And I'm not fucking kidding. So, I don't know, maybe be brave and engage with me in an honest way. But you know what? I know you won't, because a bunch of y'all came in here yesterday and said you were definitely going to call in today. And you didn't, because you're cowards. And you don't understand the words you use or the ideas you are spewing out into the world like a constant stream of diarrhea. But, much like diarrhea, hatred will eventually kill you if you spew it out enough. So, for your own health, please stop. Alright? There's a transatlantic. I know the liberals have gotten to the water supply. Have we talked about the fact that Alex Preddy's murder was premeditated yet? I mean, it was all like, look, it was premeditated in the initial clip. You know, like, I know people are trying to say like, oh, they recognized him from 11 days ago, and that's possible. But in the initial clip, you see them make the decision to kill him. You know? Like, if there are 6 guys on top of someone, and then 2 guys pull their guns and just start shooting, that's a deliberate act. That's not, oh, they were startled and started shooting. Like, no, they did it on purpose. You know? How did you turn a caller into a Marxist? You'll have to watch the video. You could go watch it right now. So, like, it maybe they recognized him and that would bolster the case, but, like, much like Renee Good, where you can see in the video where the cop walks deliberately in front of her car and switches which hand he's using to film so that he can free up his gun hand. There's a moment in there where like it becomes, in my mind, premeditated as hell. Nocturnal. Whoa. I love the Age of Empires reference.
If there are 6 men on top of another man, there better be someone filming.
Hey, oh! Sake Tanuki, bringing some much-needed levity to the situation. This shit is an ethnic cleansing op. Hexith putting SS in his name card. The 60 million fed to Gators tweets. Yeah. Conservatives are losing the ICE debate. It's true. Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, the Albertan separatist movement really does seem to be a bunch of traitors, so you accurately called Bema Saberwin. The senior card gauge bit in the other VOD made me laugh really hard. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since I made that comparison. He's quite... He's gone. He's gone and gone, you know? Alright. Used to be excited when my province of Alberta was name dropped. I no longer am. I'm sorry. Do they publish the line episodes later? I believe like the live episode should be up on the YouTube channel and it'll be clipped later, I imagine. Okay, you all ready to jump in? Before we get too deep, remember, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you all make this show possible. Could not make it happen without you fine folks supporting me, so remember, hit that like button, do the things. Go, 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 click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click 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 button, click click button. Hell yeah! Yeah, this is a Jazz Dog original. Excellent music content creator who is kind enough to let me use his music. Oof. All right, folks. Let's go. So, folks, you know, I like myself a good film. And as a liker of good films, I enjoy various influential artistic filmmakers. Pat Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. And as you know, as one does when one is into film, I am familiar with one Darren Aronofsky. You know, he made The Fountain and Mother! Exclamation point, and The Whale, which Hollywood really loved and the award circuit really loved. Well, he's got a new trailer out for his next film. It's or I guess not film, animated series. So let's just take a look. Where are this auteur filmmakers skills at these days? Let's see here.
The rebellious
Well, that's you can't see that. One second. What? Pfft, silly me. Pro streamer move, am I right? That silly me. Pro streamer move. There we go. We nailed it. Did it.
The rebellious war is become more general.
Too many still unsure of why we fight.
We have it in our power to begin the world over again.
There is no way but forward.
We are now the troops of the United Colonies of North America.
For the purpose of establishing an independent empire. Who are you? Massachusetts!
That's not surrender.
Good job, Time Studios. You got a prolific filmmaker to lend his talents to AI slop. Awesome. Yes, that was made entirely with AI. If you thought it looked weird, that's because it is all AI generated bullshit. Yep. Time is involved. Yep. Yeah. They're going for it. They are going for they're going for replacing anything of value in art with AI garbage. And you know, just kind of seems to me, right? Like, here is a trailer. Sorry, not even a trailer. Silly me. Here's the trailer. It's an easy mistake to make, you see, because PBS works with Ken Burns, and they put out just this last year an entire series about the American Revolution that isn't made with AI, and it's made by Ken Burns. And it is available for free online right now. Here's the trailer.
From a small spark kindled in America, a flame has arisen, not to be extinguished.
We think about independence movements of the 20th century. You don't always recognize the fact that the United States actually started that.
The American Revolutionary Movement served as a model for freedom from oppression.
America is predicated on an idea that tells us who we are, where we came from, and what our forebears were willing to die for.
Collins said no taxation without representation. The fear was, if we give in to this precedent, what will they do in the future?
Crisis changes people. It gave different people different ideas about what they should be doing.
It gave them a space to make this democracy real.
The founders thought we can start over again. We can begin the world anew.
The British objective is to suppress the rebellion, force them to acknowledge the authority of the king.
Washington understands the war he's fighting. He doesn't have to win. He only has not to lose.
He becomes quite eloquent in trying to persuade people we're all Americans.
We see regiments with individuals who are not carrying arms, doing essential labor, including women.
They are at the forefront of this movement.
One of the most remarkable aspects is that you had such different places come together as one nation.
It mushrooms into a global campaign that touches Europe and all parts of the world.
It so excites us that we are the product of a revolutionary moment where the world turned upside down.
To believe in America is to believe in possibility.
Huh, you mean filmmakers can actually film things? You mean they can not just use AI slop? Because guess what? Ken Burns didn't put any AI slop into this documentary. Wow, you mean they actually got real actors to, like, use pyrotechnics and filmmaking pizzazz? That's crazy. Also, you know, as I watched that Ken Burns documentary trailer, for some reason, as a resident of Minneapolis, Minnesota, I'm feeling my heart resonate a little bit about this uprising against the militarized force that is trying to force compliance with a mad king. Don't know why. Can't put my finger on that one. Anyway, yeah, Darren Aronofsky can suck my nuts. There we go. He can suck a big old floppy ding dong, because that AI bullshit was grotesque, and the fact that he is trying to further the grip AI has over our art making apparatuses disgusts me, and it should also disgust all of you. They're trying to make this a thing, and we cannot be content to just, like pigs from a trough, eat whatever is slopped into it. We deserve better than that. With that being said, hit that like button and leave me a comment letting me know what you think about these films, respectively. I can't wait to see the Ken Burns one, at the very least. And also, you know, consider checking out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Super comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. Whew. How y'all doing? Hell yeah. Wow, fuck Aronofsky, right? I do feel, by the way, it's, Brett Ratner made that Melania film. I do feel like it's a matter of time until we see a Brett Ratner AI film, you know?
Yeah. Let's start a snack line. Octopus
Snack line?
emoji, eye emoji, octopus emoji, only the freshest
Hell
acolytes
yeah.
and Berliahian fish, sushi emoji, but there's plenty options for mortals too, slice of pizza emoji, hamburger emoji.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Kadat, for the
So
$5
the guy who
super
directed
chat.
Requiem for a Dream did an AI. Okay crap.
Yep, you got it. Did any of you guys see that they have a, what's it called? I don't know. They have like a casting call essentially for people to go watch the Melania film. Like they're offering $50 a pop if you just go sit down and watch the Melania movie. God. Pretty sure that the Melania movie is AI. I don't think they got her to be involved. Half the people who worked on it don't want their names on it. Well, of course he's in the Epstein files, Zetetic. Like they had to work with who they
already
knew.
made the AI movie. It had Haley Joel Osment. Even Robot had more nuance and both had more life than Melania.
It's true. It's true. The AI like bear fucking kills me in AI though. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a sucker for that moment. I hate sand. It's everywhere. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Let's dive into let's dive into one of our main pieces today. Huh? So, folks, we got to talk about the fact that Donald Trump's support has begun the process of collapse. And I say this because I have never seen overall support for anything that Donald Trump has done collapse in general below 30 points. And new polling came out of Pew Research today that is devastating might be the correct word for it. Like, it is really bad for Donald Trump. Specifically, he's sitting at a 37% approval to disapproval ratio, which okay, that doesn't seem that far out of the norm. But when you get a little bit deeper into this, specifically, percentage of people who support all/most, some, or few/none of Donald Trump's policies and plans. Only 27% of respondents support all or most of what Donald Trump is doing right now. We're at 27%. I have never seen numbers like that fall below 30. Like, I haven't really seen that. And if it continues to drop, we're gonna be talking about like, oh, a collapse, like just like a bottoming out of support, just, you know, just. I don't think you would be going live after being on the line. Ponderous nerve. I'm made of stern stuff. So, like, we're looking at just an unprecedented blowout of Donald Trump. And I just want to say, like, it's what I find important here is the prospect that if he does, like, fall out the bottom of his support and like it just collapses and fractures, there's no going back for him. Like, that's it. Like, he has been coasting for about a decade on the goodwill of about like 35% solidly of the electorate, you know? It's really hard for his general approval rating to fall lower than that. But the fact that when you ask more specific questions at this point, they're saying, yeah, you know, I don't really support everything he's doing. They're saying that more and more lately. And I don't see this getting better for him. You know, he's trying to shake things up here in Minnesota by, you know, swapping out Greg Bovino for Tom Homan. And like, both of them are like the dumbest guys imaginable, you know? Tom Homan can barely spit a sentence out of his mouth. And like talks like a anthropomorphic dog with peanut butter in his mouth, like border. Like that's him in a nutshell. Like, and he's just a hateful, inept individual. Like, he's only there because he's a yes man. And Greg Bovino, like, is just not very suited for television, you know? I hear he likes taking bribes in a bag. He does like taking bribes in brown paper bags. It's true. That is Tom Homan in a nutshell. Yeah. None of this is going to turn around for the Trump administration, and they're also fighting an additional very hard to combat situation, which is the illness Donald Trump is suffering from, soup brain syndrome, where his brain slowly degenerates into a soup. Now, many experts are debating what kind of soup it is. It could be some kind of clam chowder situation, maybe a beef situation. It's a very serious condition, and I just have to say, he's not getting better.
12 months of unprecedented achievements. We really have. I mean, it's unprecedented. The numbers we've had on the economy and growth, you see them. And that's despite a Democrat shutdown. Without the shutdown, we would have picked up about 1.5 points more than already high numbers, record-setting numbers. So this has been, I think, and a lot of people say it, the most successful year of any administration in American history. First year, there's never been a first year like this, including the fact that we put out, extinguished 8 wars, and another one we think is coming. Steve Witkoff's working very hard, and Jared and everybody else, and I think it's coming. 12.
What? What? Like, he's barely able to string these ideas together. He keeps forgetting the half war. I mean, he could be talking about any number of things, but it sounds like he's planning on starting another war. What happened to the half war? Who knows? Honestly, it is open to interpretation at this point. Like, we're shaking the bones. We're shaking the like, you know, I almost said lava lamp, the magic 8-ball, and just trying to discern his intentions. And like, there's nothing in there. It's just soup. You know? He doesn't know what he's talking about anymore. Yeah, he really doesn't. He's lost the juice. He's gone. But not only that, just real quick, guys, you know how like Donald Trump launched an armed paramilitary group into Minnesota to fight fraud? You all remember how that's the narrative? Like, a dipshit YouTuber made a bad video and they all went gaga over it and sent a bunch of armed soldiers into Minnesota because there was fraud here. Well, fun fact, if you care about fraud and the use of our taxpayer money, you should perhaps be aware that Donald Trump has just filed a lawsuit against the IRS. Specifically, he's looking for $10 billion from the IRS. He is specifically looking to try and strong-arm $10 billion of our taxpayer money for his own personal coffers. And, yeah, it's nuts. President Donald J. Trump Jr., Eric Trump, and the Trump Organization versus Internal Revenue Service and U.S. Department of the Treasury. Yep. All right. President Donald J. Trump is the founder and former chief executive officer of the Trump Organization. President Trump served as the 45th president of the United States and is the 47th president of the United States. President Trump brings this suit in his personal capacity. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. From May 2019 through at least September 2020, former IRS employee Charles Chaz Littlejohn, who is jointly employed by the IRS and or one of its contractors, illegally obtained access to and disclosed plaintiffs' tax returns and return information to the New York Times, ProPublica, and other leftist media outlets. Defendants had a duty to safeguard and protect plaintiffs' confidential tax returns and unrelated tax return information from such unauthorized inspection and public disclosure. Accordingly, defendants were obligated to have appropriate technical employee screening, security, and monitoring systems to prevent Littlejohn's unlawful conduct. Basically, an employee of the IRS leaked information to news outlets, and in I guess retaliation, Donald Trump is suing the U.S. government for $10 billion. Oh boy. Super cool. That's, I think that this is all going to go over really well if people point, if some folks point out that, like, hey, Trump supporters, your tax dollars are going to pay off this man. Because I guarantee you what's going to happen is that Donald Trump is going to bring this lawsuit for $10 billion and then settle it out of court with the DOJ that he personally controls. And the settlement is going to be undisclosed and for a colossal amount of money. They aren't even going to have to, like, fight this in court at all, you know? I'm suing the IRS for a cool 100 mil, same reasons. Yeah, I mean, get in line, everyone. Just sue the IRS. They'll pay your bills. Maybe this is how we get universal basic income. Maybe this is how we get, like, Medicare for all. You just sue the IRS, and wham bam, you got your medical bills paid for. What an innovative technique that Donald Trump has invented. I take it all back. What a visionary. No soup brain syndrome for Donald Trump. He's paving the way for us to get Medicare for all. Oh my god, it's brilliant. It's so shrimple, indeed. Holy shit, this man gave government agencies private government info to Elon Musk, etc. as payment for his election help. Now he wants to sue the IRS for not keeping his info private. Yeah, can we sue the United States government for not protecting our social security information? Can we sue the US government for $10 billion a pop? Whatever. We'll find out. What an interesting time we live in. Anyway, let's hope that things continue to worsen for Trump's support, which I don't think we have to hope for that. I think the rest of this stream will show you that, in fact, his support is not going to go up. So, anyway, if you found any of this interesting, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And folks, leave a comment longer than 8 words if you feel inclined. Organize. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Folks, we got to do it. We got to show up to the meetings. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. And more colors, more styles, more sizes coming in the near future, so check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. And let's keep on going, folks. I stopped 8 wars by not starting them. Yeah, I actually stopped an infinite number of wars by simply not being at war. Nocturnal, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Y'all, you guys are making it possible for me to make this content. Let's go! Do your reps know who you are? They should. Indeed. It's all quite simple, indeed. I never wanted to live in this kind of interesting times. Yeah, none of us did. None of us did. Also, I guess Hassan got banned off of Twitch for now again. I don't know. Anyway, if you're a Hassan refugee, welcome. Also, big shout out to Daimon. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hope you all have a good time. Daimon, hope you had a great stream. Thank you very much for being here, folks. Come make yourselves cozy, comfortable. Get yourself a blanket. Get yourself a treat and a snack and a beverage. And we're gonna keep on keeping on. Yeah, so I guess, Cliff, you're right. Technically, right now, I am bigger than Hassan. That's true. At least until he gets unbanned again. It's all a secret ploy to get Jack more memberships. It is. You get me. I won't rest until every name in YouTube is green. Until every name on the riverboat site is orange or red or yellow or gold. I shan't rest. We did it! It's a hollow victory, but a taste of the victory nonetheless. Good night, the Stegocephalian. Except the trolls. You know what? We'll see if the trolls can behave themselves. Just let's just see. There we go. Now, if you guys start acting up again too much, we're gonna turn subscribers only back on, because that was kind of nice. But you should be hitting the sub button if you haven't yet already. What did we do? Good things, I hope. You know. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. I mean, if the trolls want to give you money, I would love if trolls gave me money. Are you kidding me? I'd be rich beyond compare. I would be sitting inside of a hoard of gems. You know? Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Jack's taking the whole tri-state area. It's true. I'm coming. I'm coming for you. Tri-state area. Your days are numbered. We will win. We will win. We are very aroused.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
That's true. Right-wing channels get such high donations. Yeah, because like when you are just a completely awful piece of shit, a lot of these people who like the edgy humor gravitate towards those channels and just drop silly amounts of cash. Like I think like the far right is parasocial as hell. It's really weird over there. You got to yell at the trolls? I got to debate the trolls earlier. That was fun. I saw a lot of folks saying that they enjoyed me in debate, which I enjoy it too. There's something about talking to them in person that gives me like a lot of, not hope, but like understanding, you know? It's interesting. Like these people are normally cowards, and so the bravest among them stand up to fight for like their ideals, and like the best that they can summon forth are like generally guys whose argument goes slur slur. Like that's it. That's all. That's like their strongest warrior. And then, you know, what's really lovely though is that sometimes the folks who come in are actually like good faith, you know? And when they're good faith, I can work with that. Like if you just don't know stuff, that's fine. I can work with that. At one point, everybody is in that boat of not knowing stuff. And you know what? We learn, we grow. It's great. It's one of the best parts about being a human being. Having curiosity is the capacity to learn and grow. And, you know, a lot of the folks who just like are coming in here and like leaving hate comments or whatever, they're not interested in learning or growing or what have you. Which is why I really enjoy the call-ins, you know? At least there's a possibility of that sometimes. Trump has destroyed this country. It's true. But it's fun because then it's also a little bit more cathartic to tell them to go fuck themselves when they're just here to say slurs, you know? It was very funny though. On the line, there was a guy who was genuinely just slow as hell and arguing that like trans people shouldn't be seen or heard from by like children until they're like 18. And I tried to dumb down all of my examples to like children's media and shows. And when I when I made a comparison to Thomas the Tank Engine not having genitalia, because he was insisting that like being a man is having a penis. His response was that he was too sleepy to answer my question. It was the funniest response I've ever gotten to a question. Like, I was literally curating an example that a child could understand, and he just thought he was just too sleepy. Which I feel like is really emblematic of a lot of the guys who come through here with hate comments, you know? Like, they're just too sleepy to really be bothered to engage, you know? They're just coming on through, you know? Does Thomas the Tank Engine's penis work? You know, that is a question that could only be answered in fanfic, and I am not going to read that. Anyone, what is this Trump and voting machines business? I talked about it a little bit the other day, but basically they're trying to set the stage to claim that like voting machines are like compromised by foreign interference and use that as a pretext to seize control of the midterm elections. I don't think that this is going to be I don't think that this is going to hold up in court, but that is what they're trying to do. But Jack, what if we gave you a few $100? Will you engage? If you guys give me 400 subs, I will read
He's
Thomas the
pulling
Tank
that
Engine
caboose, so maybe.
hogfic. He's pulling that caboose, so maybe. You know what? Fine. Fine. We'll put the sub count on stream. All right. I'll even retroactively add them. Thistles Fries, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Let's see here. 7, 8, 9, 8, 13, 18, 19, 27, 28. Okay. And 9, 30, 1, 32, 33, 4, 35, 36, 37, and we're at 42, actually. You guys are... Okay, maybe I didn't make this high enough, but I am gonna stick by my word. If you guys do hit 400 subs, I will read Thomas the Tank Engine hogfic on my live stream. I'll do it for you guys. Chat, why are we talking about Thomas the Tank Engine's hypothetical penis? Because I used his dick as an example in my live stream appearance earlier today. And you know. Oh no.
Nika
Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? Oh no.
Choo choo motherfucker. You definitely underestimated our POWEER.
I may have goofed. I may have goofed a little bit here. Oh no. But Paladin, thank you for the 50 tier 1 subs over on the Riverboat site.
Do you want a tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
I feel simultaneously like I just sued the IRS for $10 billion. And also, like I am a prisoner of my own actions. Oh dear. Crochet Whimsy, I did agree to read Thomas the Tank Engine smut. I did agree to that. I will, however, censor it. I will replace certain words with more socially acceptable words. Godzilla, don't you pretend you have the high ground. We all know the kind of smut written about you. Putting a whole new meaning to the phrase getting railed. Oh god, that's gonna turn up, isn't it?
Run a train in the fanfic? This is vital information that I, as the birthday duck, need to know.
I don't know how to answer that, because I guess technically the answer is Thomas the Tank Engine is always running a train. But I don't know what that would even... Oh no. Oh no. Nah, fuck this. Now is the time to open your Rumble account and do it uncensored. Oh no. I wonder if there's gonna be a... I wonder if there's gotta be one that has Percy being, like, sealed behind the wall, right? Right, like, there's gotta be one where, like, Percy is sealed behind, like, the brick wall and left in the dark, but then, suddenly, Percy feels the embrace of someone in the dark. It's Thomas. No one will find us here or disturb us, whispered Thomas. God, yeah, the engine of Amontillado. Funniest stream yet, not gonna lie. Look, I hope to reach higher heights of comedy. That sounds like some Candle Cove shit. Yeah, but like, okay, wait. All right, just real quick. Percy getting bricked. Okay, was it this one? No, it's not this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Topham ********.
Okay, it's not Percy. Thomas the Tank Engine gets bricked. Oh, it's Henry. Henry gets bricked. All right, just real quick. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono.
God waved his red flag.
The happy music kicks in. But that's where it ends. That's where it ends. It just ends with Henry trapped forever in that tunnel. And I think he deserved it. Don't you? Da 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 da. No way that's real. It's absolutely real.
Samantha Maid has made an important contribution to the Thomas the Tank Engine lore.
All right, let's check it out. Love it. Love it. Excellent stuff. Have a poem for you. Paladin posted it here in Twitch. He rides along the way, and when you hear that whistle, it's time to take that train. Our favorite little engine, Thomas is his name. Thomas Rowling, MDMA, off your dung. All his friends will be coming along. Thomas, we love you. He's a really useful engine with his cock that's big and strong. He chugga chugga chuff chuffs, dicking hard. That's not the poem. Oh no! I'm sorry. I thought that was your contribution. I'm so sorry. Oh no. All right. It's this YouTube link. All right.
Recently, I've seen a lot of posts
Oh.
referencing the popular poem First They
Oh hey, it's Forrest. Hi Forrest, we haven't done a show together yet. Please don't watch this stream first.
Came. You know the one. First they came for the communists and I did not speak out because I am not a communist and so on and so on. It's a great poem. It's very short, it's very easy to remember, but there is another poem that I personally like a lot better. It's called The Hangman by Maurice Ogden. It's longer and it uses some more advanced vocabulary, but I think it teaches the same lesson in a way that's a lot more viscerally horrifying. Let me know what you think. It goes like this.
Oh wow, this is a real tone shift. Also, we're not going to watch this right now, but I am going to link it in all of your chats. Mostly cuz I want Forrest to get credit for this. Forrest does good work. I like him. I'm dead. Please send help. I can't. Oh god. All right. Is this your last stream ever, Jack? There's no surpassing this? No, of course there's surpassing this. We have to go beyond. We have to go plus ultra. Come on now. Oh god, that's becoming a dated reference, isn't it? Oh, fuck. The passage of time comes for us all, my friends. Oh boy. Oh boy. Old, I know. I know. The tone shift we need, not the one we deserve. Yeah. Oh god. All right. Let's dive into our next little thing here. Oh god. So folks, we have to talk about the fact that Tim Walz dropped out of the governor race here in Minnesota, which, you know, he did because of all of these allegations of fraud, and he trying to like cool things off, I guess. But unfortunately, that left a wide open field, and a political opportunist like Amy Klobuchar could take advantage of that field. And she has announced that she is entering the governor's race, which is not surprising, but I'm not happy about it, and I don't trust her, and I don't think she is going to be good at this. And unfortunately, I think she is going to clinch it. And I don't care for this particular timeline. Also, DFLers were not super thrilled with him running a third time. Yeah, but I would take Tim Walz any day over Amy Klobuchar. That's my problem. My problem is, if I had to choose between Tim Walz and Amy Klobuchar, I would pick Tim Walz every time. dislike the Klob quite a bit. She's that bad, huh? Well, look, you all are aware, I talk about the situation here in Minneapolis and Minnesota broadly all the time right now that ICE is occupying us, and let's just take a look at Amy Klobuchar's announcement video and see if it lives up to the moment, shall we?
Minnesota, we've been through a lot. A beloved leader and her husband murdered in their home, little kids gunned down in a church, the killings of Renee Good, a mom of 3.
And Alex Preddy, a nurse who took care of our veterans.
3,000 ICE agents on our streets and in our towns, sent by an administration that relishes division. We cannot sugarcoat how hard this is, but in these moments of enormous difficulty, we find strength in our Minnesota values of hard work, freedom, and simple decency and goodwill. These times call for leaders who can stand up and not be rubber stamps of this administration, but who are also willing to find common ground and fix things in our state. These times call for grit and resilience. I've learned resilience from you. Through it all, you do not give up. You put on those winter boots in the freezing cold and bring your kids to school and bring food to your neighbors. That's Minnesota. Minnesota built this nation. We are bold about doing big things. We mined the ore that won World War II. We invented everything from the pacemaker to the Post-it note. We feed the world. And now our next big frontier is before us. Educating our kids, training our workers, expanding our businesses, protecting the people of our state. All of them. All of that will require a government that can carry its weight and match your drive and hard work. I believe we must stand up for what's right and fix what's wrong. That's why today I'm announcing my candidacy for governor of the state of Minnesota. I am running for this job for every person who wants their work recognized and rewarded, for every Minnesotan who wants to buy their first home, for every parent.
Like, I'm sorry, we're only halfway through this. I know it's felt like an eternity, but like, there are people being shot in the street right now. There are masked men kidnapping our neighbors right now. Like, you're talking about compromise and meeting in the middle, and you're also talking about you're talking as if there aren't huge, overwhelming problems right now. And not only that, you're not talking about any kind of policy positions that you have. You're making vague gestures in the direction of, I like good things, but I dislike the bad things. Like, that's... We're literally in such a dire situation right now, and she looks at this opportunity and says, I'm going to throw my hat into the ring. What am I bringing? I don't know. Whatever. Are you kidding me? Like, come on. Yeah, like, even Joe Rogan's out there calling ICE the Gestapo. We need better than this, man. And, like, that's the thing, like, I understand, like, Tim Walz has problems, and, like, Tim Walz has been weak as hell on this, but my feeling is that Amy Klobuchar is basically going to be Tim Walz, but worse in every capacity. I hope I'm wrong, because she doesn't seem to have any serious opposition, but, like, let's keep going. Hey, Dollhouse TV.
Who wants a better world for their kids. I'm running for everyone who wants more affordable health care, for every student, farmer, dreamer, and builder.
And I'm running for every Minnesotan who wants ICE and its abusive tactics out of the state we love.
Every day, I will bring these principles to the job. 1, get things done. If we want change, we can't wait for others to solve.
Wow. You're gonna get... Wow! What's the first thing you're going to do in this new job that we're looking to hire you for? I will do things. Oh, okay. What kind of things? I will do things. God. It's so frustrating.
Excuse me, but could you be more generic, please?
Yeah, could you literally be like any politician right now?
Our problems. 2, I'll bring people together.
I didn't...
Excuse me, but could you be more generic, please?
I don't know what I expected from point number 2, but
Oat-flavored oatmeal is here to make a new exciting world of breakfast.
Thank you, It's Me Bingo, for the $5 super chat. Oh boy. All right. So you're going to do things and you're going to bring people together. Okay. Excellent platform.
I was ranked #1 in the Senate for bipartisan bills.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really what we want right now. We really want Democrats who are going to collude with the fascist that is sending armed soldiers onto our street to abduct our people and shoot us. We want more bipartisanship with them.
And #3 out of 100 for getting bills passed into law. I'm ready to work with leaders from both parties in our state. 3, I'll stand up for what's right and fix what's wrong.
I will do good things and not bad things. Oh my God. Whoever is responsible for throwing together this ad with this script really should never work again in politics. This is embarrassing. As a constituent, I'm fucking furious.
I don't like fraud or waste in government. That's why I went after crime as county attorney. I will make sure the people who steal taxpayer money go to jail and root out the fraud by changing the way state government works.
So we have exactly one thing she has specifically said she will do, which is go after fraud. Amy, why are you validating the narrative for why ICE agents are like disappearing people off the streets right now? What are you doing? Like, what the hell is this? Like, I'm genuinely baffled by this. She cannot win. Look, there's like almost no one else. You know, there is not a significant contender that has her level of name recognition in the state.
I'm Amy. Do you like it when your government does things and doesn't do not things? I am a thing doer. I will do things. You will like them. Vote for things. Things being me.
God. Yeah, can Peggy Flanagan drop? No, we need Peggy Flanagan in the Senate. Why didn't Keith Ellison run? I mean, that's a great question. My guess is that he felt the legal work he's doing right now is too important. But like, damn. Anyway, we're still not done. There's still another minute of this left. Somehow.
I will do my job without fear or favor. I've never shied away from taking on the powerful. That's what I did as prosecutor, that's what I did as senator, and that's what I will do as your governor. I like my job in the Senate, but I love our state more than any job. I love the people of Minnesota. And Minnesota, I want to be a transformative governor. Now is our moment to...
A transformative governor to what? You made an argument, like you're basically just saying it's gonna be status quo, baby. Toot toot. Like you gotta have an actual platform. If you're telling us you're gonna be transformative, tell us what you're transforming us into. Get into the cocoon, Shinji. Also, Squirrel Knitter, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Oh, God.
Renew our commitment to the common good. I'm asking Democrats, Independents, and Republicans to join our campaign. It is a homegrown one born in a moment like no other. It is for people who believe in something bigger than ourselves. I'm asking Minnesotans across this state to not look down, to not look away. I'm asking you to look to each other. I'm asking you to look up to the North Star and to see that there is a better future before us. To pursue good, we must believe that good will prevail. I know I do, and that's why I'm asking you to join us.
That's where we're at right now. Like, what the hell? Bit of hope to drop to you, Jack. Word is from those I trust. Club will not be that much different. Organizing will not be much different. That organizing to force Walz to do progressive things. Club probably wants to run for president again and will want to tag progressive things to her name. Club may come across as a bit lame, but I trust my comrades. We're not thrilled about it. But it doesn't change the scope if we organize to force Walz to do good things. True. Plus, Walz dropping out means the DFL can easily win all the statewides. I mean, that's a good point. Like, I guess my perception of Amy Klobuchar is that she is far more entrenched towards, like, status quo politics than Tim Walz and would take more pressure to move. But maybe that's not the case. You know, maybe I'm wrong on that one. So I'm hoping that you are correct. I will say though, there is at least one other candidate that I know who has thrown their hat into the ring. I don't know a whole lot about them, but it is worth noting that we have someone with an actual platform who is trying to run for governor. And, let's just take a quick look. This is Kobe Lane. And their platform is resist and disrupt ICE, housing accessibility, food and medical affordability, investments in education, jobs, and the economy, protections for the environment. And you know what? That is more than Amy Klobuchar brought to the table. So let's just see her first speech here. A longtime DFL organizer, by the way.
Right here at the Black Heart for what we do. Community is the lifeblood that weathers storms. Yes! Now, I know that things seem really uncertain right now. Frankly, I'm scared myself. I don't know what the future holds under federal occupation. But what I do know is that people deserve security. They deserve housing security. Yeah. People deserve to find homes. And it's not enough just to get them off the street. We need to find them stable, long-term housing in this state. Yeah. People deserve a place that they can call home, frankly. Yeah. People also need food security. As we start to think about President President Trump denying people in the state of Minnesota by withholding SNAP, by withholding Medicaid, essentially starving out our most vulnerable people here. We can't tolerate that. Minnesota needs to prepare our food systems to ensure that our communities are nourished. We also need political certainty and political security. You know, again, I don't know what federal occupation holds for us, but what I know is that we need to demand more resistance, more disruption from our elected leaders. Yes. Renee Good.
Renee Good.
Renee Good.
Renee Good.
Keith Porter.
Keith Porter!
Alex Preddy.
Alex Pretty!
We cannot let these deaths be in vain. Let us show Minnesota who we really are.
Yes.
And that's why today, on January 27th, in the year of our Lord, 2026, I, Kobe Lane, am running for Minnesota State Governor. I have filed the necessary paperwork to start getting a campaign committee together. Together as a community, Minnesota is going to stand together as Minnesota United.
Yes.
Now I want to leave everybody here with a little bit of a call to action. I want to tell everybody that to get this across the finish line, we need people to show up to their caucuses next Tuesday. And I'll be the first to say, I love my karaoke Tuesdays, but I need you out there. I need you to be signing up to try and become delegates. To make this a reality, we need some political power behind us. And now for my song. And as you listen, I want you to listen to the lyrics. And I want you to come with me and dare to dream of the Minnesota you want to live in.
So, you know, I gotta say, I don't know that Kobe is gonna be able to clinch it. But you know, it's at least something that Amy Klobuchar is not alone in the field, but we'll have to see how this goes. Like the caucuses are like in a week. I don't know. I don't know how this is all gonna play out, but no, I do. Amy Klobuchar is gonna clinch it. Like she's built so much institutional recognition and power in this state. It's ridiculous. But I don't know. Fingers crossed that maybe we get someone better than Amy Klobuchar. Also, I have no idea who's going to like get her Senate seat. That's another entire can of worms right there. Also, yes, we need to caucus for Peggy Flanagan, folks. So if you're in Minnesota, message GamerG. Get the caucusing, okay, folks? The fact that real people are trying is a breath of fresh air in a gasping society. True. True. I want to see more people try. Peggy Flanagan? Yeah, Peggy Flanagan is running, but we have a caucus system for essentially being like the Democratic candidate. So, like, that's required. You got to go to participate in the caucus in order to get more involved, you know? And the caucuses are on, again, Tuesday, so literally like 3 days from now. Anyway, What do you think? Is Amy Klobuchar a good choice? Are we going to find a grassroots hero in the form of Kobe for governor? Let me know in the comments. Comments longer than 8 words really help. And hit the like button, of course. Also, subscribe. Folks, we need to get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Get involved today. Reach out to GamerG in our Discord for help organizing your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing your local Dems. Let's get organized, folks. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. There we go. Tomorrow is a national strike attempt. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna have the oomph of the last one. The last one had widespread support from businesses, city leaders, unions, etc. And as far as I've seen, this one is much more scattershot. It does not appear like many, if any, of the major unions, at least here in Minnesota, have gotten on board with it. But we'll have to see. It wasn't organized in enough time. Yeah, and the last one was organized short notice, but there was like a catalyst for people to get organized like that, And, the situation has not improved, and thus there is room to organize something more, but like it hasn't really come to fruition. That being said, if you can participate, please by all means do so. But if you can't, don't beat yourself up about it. We need to get like our unions on board with a general strike. Without the union support, it's kind of dead in the water. What was that candidate's name again? Kobe Lane with a Y. There we go. I'm tired of these pop-up calls to strike. Well, it was inevitable that we were going to get another one, since the last one, for a lot of folks, superficially seemed like a pop-up call for a strike, Only socialist candidates stand a chance of making a difference. Centrist carrier politicians have literally caused the rise of fascism. True. Hell yeah. Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $5 super chat. Everyone in chat, your reps better know who you are. Get your butts out there. Indeed, indeed. Get out there. My local DSA is doing a punk show with some of my favorite local bands on Sunday. I'm so excited. Oh, hell yeah. My rep knows who I am. Hell yeah. The left are the fascists. Man, to live in the world of fear you must have imprisoned yourself in is crazy. Let's see here. Where are we going next? Okay, we're going to be talking about ICE next, just as an FYI. So get ready, folks. Plattner has a good shot in Maine. Yeah, Plattner is probably going to win Maine, for sure. He probably thinks fascists have to do with fashion. Ah, the fascististas, indeed. All right. Well, you know, I do demand a better quality of troll. If you're gonna come in here and troll me, you best back up your ideas. But you guys can't do that. So we have to activate the troll shield. I'm sorry. There we go. Done and dusted. Well, that was fun. There we go. Right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry it took me so long. I wanted to see if we could continue on, but there you go. You'll have to hit the subscribe button and hang around for a bit, you silly billies. Pad my view numbers and despair. All right. Bigger than Hassan, baby. Okay, folks. Also, we've been going for about 2 hours now. If you have been enjoying the show, please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And we got a little song to let you know what to do about the other buttons as well. The like button, the follow button, the subscribe button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click There we go. Welcome. How we doing, folks? How y'all feeling? How you all living? Also, remember, if we hit 400 subs, I will read you Thomas the Tank Engine erotica because I was a fool. That's it. I was just a fool, and my mouth got out beyond my skis. I watched you on the line tonight. You were great. Thank you, Quentin Hachnebaum. I don't think we thought this through. I definitely didn't. Don't take anything I say seriously anymore. I'm sorry. I said it, and then I had to adhere to it. I bet Thomas the Tank Engine erotica is steamy. That was so good. That was so good. "10 minutes is way beyond the conservative troll attention span. Sub mode will be a tough trial for them to overcome." Yes, a moderate test of skill, indeed. What is the line? It is a call-in show with a variety of different content creators, some of whom you may know. And Basically, folks call in to their different shows and talk to the hosts and usually debate, but not always. And today we had I participated in a politics call-in show. 2 weeks from now, I'll be participating in a trans-centered call-in show, so people can call in and like debate trans topics, and I can, rip their intestines out of their flesh verbally, and we can have a little bit of a laugh along the way. It'll be a good time. You're gonna be on Takis again? Yeah, both my appearances next month are on the Transatlantic Call-In Show. And I don't know who I'll be hosting with yet. Yeah, I did convince a conservative chatter to read Marx today, which was very fun. I'm glad. Like a very rare type of conversation. But it was pretty cool. Are you gonna come down on trolls like a fucking claymore like you did last night? I think I did that in the in like the conversations I had today, when I had to. And I give people a lot of patience and benefit of the doubt before I start swanging, What the fuck? Please post that convo. It's over on the line, or probably on Jimmy Snow's channel right now. That's who I hosted with. So you go over to, youtube.com/@Jimmy Snow. You'll find that as one of the latest live streams. Also, you're awesome. Thank you, Danny boy. It was a really great convo. Dude called in to debate me on whether or not ICE had concentration camps and was a white supremacist organization doing an ethnic cleansing. And we definitely, I think we convinced him on like the white nationalist ethnic cleansing points, and then he wanted to talk about socialism a little bit, and we got him to agree to read the Communist Manifesto. It was pretty cool. We're just chugging along with these train jokes. Hey! Here's the link. Oh, hell yeah. Here you go. Oh, Banana Brain's got you. There you go. Y'all ready to, like, dive in? Y'all ready to dive into the rest of our content today? Also, can I just say what's wild? Amongst many of the different comments that transphobes leave me when I do this show, a lot of them are like, a man wearing makeup, It's like, I'm literally not wearing makeup. I just moisturize. The makeup that I put on is like a little bit of mascara and a little bit of brow, like, powder. That's it. These dipshits are just bamboozled by the fact that you just need a skincare routine. You don't have to live with an oily, like, demeanor. You can actually do basic ass skincare and look great. And that's not to say I don't wear makeup sometimes, but like, right now, not so much. They don't know what bathing is. True. Becoming Tanya, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. That's true. I should have made that connection, Sweet Blasphemy. Their favorite orange moldy boy literally is orange by virtue of makeup. This is just how you look? Look, Cetaphil Daily Hydrating Lotion. It'll change your life, all right? It's the building block of my entire skincare routine. But that thing every day, excellent. They used a picture of a random woman. No, I think it was the last lady who was the co-host on the line. But yeah, Jimmy mid-episode noticed that, and it is fine. They'll fix it in the future. Estrogen is also magic, yes. Jack is cooler than Beasley, Mockler, and Josiah. I don't think I know Josiah. I know Luke Beasley. I know Adam Mockler. I don't know who Josiah is. But Jack is more real. Hard to describe. Thank you. It's probably that I'm really autistic. Is this political live? You bet your bootstraps it is. La sister. Brow shadow, a skincare routine, and facial makeup routine, life-changing. It really is. What side of politics? I'm a socialist, baby. Oh, Josiah from Pondering Politics. Okay, yeah, no, I know Josiah. Yeah. I wear a lot of makeup, but that's because I'm insane. Look, makeup's really fun. I like playing with makeup. I just don't make it a thing for this show very often. All right, you guys ready to jump into some dire ice Minnesota news? So now the Republicans are shutting the government down. My God, this is embarrassing. I mean, we have another day. We have like a day. But yeah, Lindsey Graham apparently delayed the entire vote on DHS funding after the Dems under Schumer were like, okay, we're gonna roll over and give you we want a couple things. And Lindsey Graham said, no, I'm not showing up to vote unless you keep the stipulation that I can sue for the government for $500,000. And you might think that I'm kidding, but I'm not. It's fucking nuts. What do I think about compulsory voting? I think America needs victory sausage. Or what? Wait, democracy sausage? Whatever it's called. We need sausage. Ranked sausage voting? There we go. It's democracy sausage? There you go. Sorry, I think we need democracy sausage and victory sausage. The victory sausage is only for the winning team, though. Thomas sausage? Do you think the drones will ever stop flying over Minneapolis and all the suburbs? Probably not. Not that I'm saying it was justified, but you can see Preddy kind of reaching to the side of an officer's waist where the gun is. He had his own gun. Why would he be reaching for an officer's gun while he's being beaten by 6 guys on the ground? Stop it. Don't be a silly Billy. Stop it. the sausage seller in Aristophanes' Acarians, or something.
But what if you want to try out some sausage before trying it in ranked?
I guess it will no longer be a sausage, it will be a sausage. You're gonna have to try it out and see. I'm not proud of that one. I'm not proud of it. But it got the job done. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake. Yeah, now I have a cease and a ceasage and a desistage. God. Like, Preddy shouldn't have been shot, but that doesn't mean don't. Wait, what? That doesn't mean to abolish ICE. ICE has done more good than bad. No. They literally are keeping women and children in concentration camps. They stopped paying for medical care for people who they are incarcerating back in October of last year and have been letting people die from a lack of health care. It's gotten so bad that immigration attorneys are going into these facilities and hearing the screams of children and mothers. There are reports that they are systematically torturing people in their custody by crushing their genitals.
The nice agent jokes I made a while back aged like milk.
Indeed, Max. Indeed. I feel similar. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. Like, I'm sorry, there's no reforming this. I live in Minneapolis. I watch these people drive around and, like, grab people. Like, I'm sorry. The idea that, like, there's reforming this, there's no reforming it. There isn't any hard evidence for what you just said. There's literally video of them screaming. If you're gonna come in here and, like, stand toe-to-toe with me, you need to actually understand what the fuck you're talking about. And it's clear that you don't. Because if you did know what you were talking about, you wouldn't say such empty-headed nonsense. I live in Minneapolis, motherfucker. I have to deal with the fear every day that someone I love is going to be disappeared by these masked thugs that are driving around like crazy. You stupid bitch. Like, they are just taking people off the street. They're releasing people without coats into sub-zero temperatures. The only reason the people they're releasing aren't dying is because a volunteer network has sprung up to get them rides home. Can you give me evidence of an ICE agent stepping on an illegal's balls in prison? Do-do-do. 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 Do-do. Do-do-do. Let's see. Where's this? This one? I had it prepped earlier. Was it in here? I think it was in here. So, this is an article by Popular Information, a well-sourced one, about how ICE has stopped paying for all third-party medical treatment for every single person in its custody. And if you think watching someone die of liver disease or cancer without providing medical aid that you could easily provide them is not torture, you're a stupid moron. And I encourage you, when someone you loves begins dying from cancer or begins dying from a liver disease or heart disease, enjoy watching them with no medical care. I don't think you will enjoy it. I think you will, in fact, equate it to torture if you have any kind of heart at all.
We always should have kept the open borders policies. It was so much better than Barnes & Noble.
It's true. I appreciate you, Sake. Here it is. So this is from 3 days ago. This is put together by the ACLU. Detained immigrants detail physical abuse and inhumane conditions at the largest immigration detention center in the United States. The ACLU conducted 45 interviews across 45 different individuals incarcerated at this place. They were all able to corroborate their stories, and this is what they had to say. Earlier this year, the ACLU reported on abusive conditions in the largest immigration detention site in the country. Like Campos, officers beat up Samuel, a detained teenager, a child, who uses a pseudonym so badly he had to go to the hospital. His right front tooth broke, and he said one officer grabbed my testicles and firmly crushed them while another forced his fingers deep into my ears. He added that weeks after the beating, damage to his left ear was so severe he now has trouble hearing. So, just to be clear, they systematically tortured a child, and that included sexual assault. But you motherfuckers are out here being like, no, ICE is a force for good in the world. Shut the fuck up. ICE is a force for good in the world. They're executing people near my house, you stupid bitch. ICE is such a force for good in the world. Yeah, that's why they're throwing tear gas canisters in the middle of busy intersections so no one can see what's on the other side. But they're a force for good in the world. Oh, yeah, such a force for good that for the first time ever I feel unsafe in this city. They're such a force for good in the world that I am now afraid every time my partner goes to work that I'm not going to see her again because she's not white. Because they're just taking anyone, regardless of your paperwork, regardless of your citizenship. They're taking anyone. You got an accent, they're going to take you. You're brown, they're going to take you. You're black, they're going to take you. If they feel like they can get away with it. So shut the fuck up until you know what you're talking about. When ICE comes to your town in masks and starts shooting people on your streets outside of your house and starts abducting people in your neighborhood, you come and tell me how ICE is a force for good that we just need to reform. When you're driving your kid to school and you've just dropped them off and you have to watch your partner die because an ICE agent shot them in the face, you come to me and tell me how they're still a force for good. Shut the fuck up. The only reason you are able to say the things you say, is because you don't bother actually looking into any of it. You're like, well, show me evidence. I shouldn't have to show it to you because you should be curious enough to have your positions well thought out enough that you've already looked it up. Well, maybe they're throwing tear gas canisters because of the violent protests. Bitch, then why is there video of an ICE agent running up to a restaurant to try and throw a gas canister into it the day after it held a charity to help people who are too afraid to leave their homes? We have video of an ICE officer running up to a business, trying to break into it to throw a gas canister in there. And if you're like, well, maybe they were throwing the gas canister at some violent protesters. the violent protesters who were sitting in a pizza restaurant? Oh, maybe the violent protesters who were driving cars through a busy intersection that was unobstructed until ICE officers threw a gas grenade into the middle of it. Or maybe you're talking about the time when ICE officers saw a family of black people in this city trying to get into their van so they could leave the scene of a protest because they didn't feel safe inside their house due to ICE officers shooting grenades out at random. And when ICE officers saw them do that and told them to leave, ICE officers then shot a flashbang grenade under their car, which disabled their vehicle, and then shot a gas grenade into their car, which was full of 6 children. The youngest 6 months old, the oldest 11 years old. All of those kids had to go to the hospital. You stupid bitch. They're out here gassing children. And you're like, well, but you can reform that. There's no reforming that, you stupid asshole. They almost killed a van full of kids. God damn. And you have to, you're like, oh, but where's the evidence of this? It's literally all over social media all the time, every day here. Come to Minneapolis, drive around with some of the folks blowing whistles. You'll start seeing it. You'll start seeing ICE agents just randomly deciding to stop their vehicles in the middle of the street, hop on out, and shatter innocent civilians' windows. Hell, maybe it'll happen to you. Because it's just happening to people driving around in this area. But, you know, there's something good in the heart of that to reform. Are you fucking kidding me? You stupid sack of shit. How many bridges have you invested in, by the way? Is it like a couple dozen? I'm sure you'll start seeing returns on those investments pretty soon. Can I invite you to invest a couple $100s into my multi-level marketing scheme? I promise, bro, I promise it'll eventually pay off. You just got to recruit like 10 more people. It's fine. Samuel is just one of dozens of accounts of abuse from the immigration detention site at Fort Bliss military base in El Paso, Texas. These accounts reveal an unfolding humanitarian crisis at the military base, one which may spread across the country if as the Trump administration expands detention dangerously, recklessly, and with unprecedented speed. Let's take a look. Since its opening, media reports and stories from people detained affirm the conditions, rights violations, and deliberate opacity of that the ACLU warned would follow the opening of this site. Recent reporting reveals alarming conditions at Fort Bliss. The site has already racked up 60 violations of federal detention standards within its first 50 days of operation. That's more than one violation per day. But, you know, it's a net force for good, right? Each pod holds 60 to 70 people who report chronic food shortages with meals sufficient for only about 50 individuals. So they're systematically denying them food. Okay, interesting. People are forced to ration food, skip meals, or even take turns eating. And when food is available, it's often spoiled or partially frozen, causing widespread vomiting, diarrhea, and rapid weight loss. Basic hygiene supplies are scarce. Pods receive only a handful of rolls of toilet paper, and people go days without soap, clean clothing, or access to functioning showers. Detainees describe tents and bathrooms flooded with foul water mixed with urine and feces, creating squalid and unsafe living conditions. This is torture. They starve detainees. They deny them sanitation. They deliberately give them spoiled food that makes them sick. This is torture. We're going to say all this when, might I mind you, that ICE was praised under Obama by Obama. Now that Trump is in office, no, you stupid fucking bitch. Unlike some people, like yourself, there are in fact people who are consistent. I'm not a fan of Obama. I wasn't a fan of Biden. I'm a socialist. You fucking loser-ass motherfucker. I pray the people in my state are able to stop ICE here before they come to your neighborhood, because I wouldn't wish them on anybody. But if we don't stop them here, you're going to find out real quick just how much ICE cannot be reformed. And you're going to remember me calling you a stupid bitch, and you know what? You're going to feel like a stupid bitch. So congrats. God, it makes me so mad. As access to medical care is equally alarming. Individuals with serious conditions report going days or weeks without prescribed medication, or having medical requests ignored until someone collapses. They are named here using pseudonyms to protect their identities. Josephina, who has diabetes, described receiving insulin at erratic intervals that caused dangerous spikes and crashes in her blood sugar. Fernando went 15 days without his prescribed blood pressure medication. Others, including Ignacio, who previously suffered a stroke, reported blurry vision and other clear warning signs while officers failed to provide timely care. Detainees consistently say the staff do not respond to medical requests for days and that people must faint or bleed before receiving attention. Extreme and unlawful use of force is also prominent at Fort Bliss. Several detained individuals have described violent assaults by officers, including sexual abuse. Ignacio, Samuel, and others reported officers crushing their testicles during beatings, a tactic used while people were already restrained or after they refused coerced removal to Mexico. Abel, Benjamin, and Eduardo also reported being slammed, stomped on, or beaten when they expressed fear of being sent to Mexico, when they simply requested their medication. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect a pattern of brutality that violates even ICE's minimal standards. And yet, there will be conservatives out there who are going to be clapping like goddamn seals because they think this will never happen to them, that it will stay some kind of abstract situation, and that they can just be like, they deserved it. They were illegal after all. And I want to remind all of you stupid assholes that coming into this country as an undocumented individual means that they have committed exactly the same level of criminal infraction that you do when you drive 1 mile per hour over the speed limit. You stupid fucks. If they can do that to undocumented people, they can do it to you. But, maybe you're into that kind of thing. And hey, maybe conservatives will be in power forever. There will be no reckoning with supporting this kind of abuse. Maybe your children won't ask you what you did during this time. Maybe they'll be proud of you when you answer and tell them, hey, no, I supported the secret police that were crushing children's testicles and abducting them from schools. I thought it was cool. But I doubt it. Those of you who support this now, you are going to live with shame the rest of your life, and you will be running from who you are right now till the day you die. So have fun with that. You've created a hell of your own making, and you're going to stew in it. Aren't they literally deporting U.S. citizen children? Yeah. Why can't they see? Well, because most of the people who are coming here are like, I don't know, groiper children. They're like teenagers who have too much time. Whenever I open up the vertical channel on here, we get like a surge of these conservative chatters, and they're all children. They think it's funny until either their trust fund starts running out or their parents don't come home one day. So a lot of them are basement dwellers, as it were. Yeah, these are the kids who aren't all right. But my hope is that some of them will stumble upon this channel and perhaps one day de-radicalize. But, you know, till then. Stop being stupid assholes, you stupid assholes. Whew. All right. How we all doing? You doing okay? This is what children do with their free time. Well, so the algorithm works differently for the vertical video. And so the live stream shows up when people are just scrolling through YouTube shorts. And the people most likely to be using YouTube shorts are younger. So, you know. Nazis are stupid. There really isn't any way to sugarcoat it, so the lessons of history and basic rational empathy arguments fly right over them. It's true. True. I unfortunately hear this stuff from plenty of adults. Yeah, my main point is just that the vertical streams skew to a younger demographic. It's not that, like, older people don't say the same shit, you know? So, let's go. Got some content here. All right. Also, we've been going for over 2 hours now. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. And please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Here you go. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Hell yeah! Also, Cries in Otaku. I'm thinking about posting a video about ice on my channel, but I know it will get hate. Is it worth it? I think so. I think it is always worth it to speak out against evil. So now or never, you know. You might get some hate, but I think you'll get a lot more support than you might think. All right. Hey, Darobe. Recently learned how to log in again over here. Discord I've got unlocked, Twitch too, but this YouTube stuff is so weird. Plus the duck has a way longer name. It's true, the duck does have a way longer name. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just need a good show to binge for a day. Amberbrains, do you like anime? Oh, you're ninja. I see. I am a jabroni. I am a jabroni. I like that you said being here undocumented was the same level of law violation as a speeding ticket. It's true. It's true. If you think it's okay to like imprison and torture undocumented immigrants, like you should be advocating for the exact same kind of punishment for people who speed. And yet, for some reason, we can solve speeding problems with ticketing. But we need a whole prison industrial complex for undocumented people. Just solve it with paperwork. Give them a fine. And be done with it. Like, that's all you need to do, really. Such a good comparison. True. Oh, Nindrine, if you don't want to be a mod on YouTube, one, I don't blame you, and two, I can unmod you. Just let me know. It's true. It's actually more of a crime to speed in your car, you know? Like, you're endangering people's lives to a greater degree when you do that compared to just exist in America undocumented, you know? Wait, Amber Brains, do you like anime? I have a good show recommendation for you. If you do. Have you seen Death Parade? You should watch Death Parade. Death Parade is great. It's also like a short one-season binge. Weeb, it's a good show. Also, it has one of the best, like, banginest openings songs in anime. Alright? Really not into anime? Ah, okay. That's fine. All here for the weebs? Yeah. Yeah, Cliff! There are 4 mods! God. Alright. Let's jump into our next segment, shall we? Here we go. Okay. Here we go. So, folks, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Doing good? Eating right? Getting plenty of water? Let's turn that good mood right around, shall we? Let's talk about ICE here in Minnesota. So, here is Mayor Frey speaking at the, believe it's the U.S. Conference of Mayors, talking about the situation here in Minneapolis.
It is heartwarming to be here with all of you because, you know, I see your name on amicus briefs. I see your faces on TV. I feel the support from across the entire country, and we recognize that one great American city is experiencing an invasion. That is an invasion on our democracy, on our republic, and on each and every one of us. And the fact that you all are standing up means the world. Thank you. You know, never in a million years did I think that we would be in this place where troops and federal agents by the thousands have been deployed on a great American city, where the Department of Justice is used as a weapon to silence dissent, where the very foundational principles of our democracy and of our republic are questioned You know, I didn't take this job to get into the business of defending democracy. I did it because being a mayor has always been my dream job. There's great honor in filling potholes. It is noble to keep people safe and to build affordable housing. That work, which we do every single day, is foundational to the principles of our republic. And all the same, we find ourselves in a different position right now. We are on the front lines of a very important battle. And it's important that we aren't silenced, that we aren't put down. This is not a time to bend our heads in despair or out of fear that we may be next, because if we do not speak up, if we do not step out, it will be your city that is next.
I do have to say, for all of my complaints about Mayor Fry, he is rhetorically spitting here. Like, he's correct. If we don't stop this now, it is only going to get worse. We have 3 years where this can get worse and escalate. And he's right. He's right to condemn it strongly. And I have so many problems with him, and it's so frustrating to me where I have to be like, this is the guy. This is one of the only guys who's out there. Like, he's one of the only guys out there talking about this right now. And condemning it in the strong way it needs to be condemned. Directly calling it out. You know, as a socialist, like, I would love more from a politician, but, like, this needs to be the baseline from our politicians.
For those of you that have been watching the news and what's happened in Minneapolis, I'll tell you, it is that bad. People's constitutional rights have been trampled. Thousands of federal agents have descended on a city that has 600 police officers. 600 police officers and somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 federal agents.
Is there anything he can do beyond strong words, or his hands kind of tied? Well, they've already done a few things, like deny ICE the ability to assemble on city-owned property. That's just one example, but I would really like the city to be way more involved with what is happening regarding organizing on the ground, or at the very least, like, pitching in with its own efforts to, like, close up the gaps in care that, like, the government is currently not doing much about. Like, I watched one of the recent press conferences, and, like, a lot of what it offered was essentially, like, a website that collected some data together of, like, here are some hotlines you can call if you are experiencing a mental health crisis, which, like, that's good. But, like, we need, like, actual services. We need, like, a rent moratorium. We need a lot more for... We need a lot more, like, material support. You know?
ICE and Border Patrol. People have been indiscriminately pulled off the street. Discrimination takes place only on the basis of, are you Somali, are you Latino, or are you Southeast Asian? And then American citizens have been yanked away from their homes after that solely because they look like they are from Mexico or Ecuador or Somalia. That's not how we operate in America. In America, we have these foundational principles of law. We abide by our Constitution. The rule of law is not just something that you say, but it is something that we practice each and every day. And as mayors, we know that. As mayors, we operate in the reality business. It is a reality that we've got to keep people safe on a daily basis. And by the way, we do that, partnering with a number of different jurisdictions, working with our federal government. In Minneapolis, we've worked extensively with the ATF and the FBI and the DEA, the U.S. Attorney's Office, to successfully drive down crime. And despite what you may hear on different media channels, crime is down in virtually every category and virtually every neighborhood of Minneapolis. Minneapolis is a safe city. It is less safe when chaos reigns supreme. It is less.
The only time I have ever felt unsafe in this city is when ICE came to town. That is the only time I have ever felt unsafe in this city. They are the only ones who are threatening us with guns on a daily basis.
Safe when families do not feel comfortable going to school or buying food at the grocery store because they're worried that their very family might get ripped apart. It is less safe when we have roving bands of agents marching down the street just looking for somebody who might be concerned. And I gotta tell you, everybody is concerned when you have that kind of occupation. And so we've been very clear. The Operation Metro Surge needs to end. This kind of conduct and siege needs to stop, not just in Minneapolis. It needs to stop nationwide. What's become clear to me is this is obviously not about safety. This is not even about immigration. This is about silencing a narrative or a political position that differs from that of a federal administration.
Any chance he can organize a city-backed volunteer group for observing ICE so if they get attacked, it is a more egregious violation of our city? Honestly, that's a great idea. A more formalized group of folks to, legally observe ICE agents. Like, I think that's a great idea. Something that has, the auspice a group that's under the auspices of the city might genuinely be useful in this circumstance. As I think about it, that's actually a pretty great idea.
We've seen this kind of conduct in other countries. We cannot see it right here in America. This is not a Democratic or a Republican issue. Never once have I made this partisan. This is a foundational principle of making sure.
Well, so not to jump the gun, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I may be on a panel with Jacob Fry like next week sometime. We'll see. It's still kind of up in the air. But if I have the chance to ask him about something like that, I certainly will. So we'll put some stuff out there.
Or that the endurance of our republic can continue on. It may seem like I'm talking too much on the macro level, or maybe this is a concerning thing to say, but I got to tell you, we're seeing it in our streets right now. And it is up to each and every one of us to partner together, to work together, to protect those ideals that we hold firm. The power of the federal government is awesome. The military force that they have, they got tanks, they got bazookas. They can lay siege on American cities with thousands of agents and even troops, far outnumbering that of local police department. In Minneapolis, we've heard them say that they will end this siege when we hand over voter rolls.
I mean, I think it should be extremely telling. It should be extremely telling what the current situation is behind the scenes, that the mayor is willing to come out and say, the federal government has tanks and bazookas and guns and far outnumber us. Because that is telling a lot about the nature of this situation that I don't think a lot of people have really latched onto yet. Which is that we're talking about a low-grade civil war right now. Like, that's what's happening. Like, we have foreign military invaders coming into Minnesota and Minneapolis to occupy us. And I think, given the comments from Jacob Fry here, and some of the comments from Tim Walz that I encountered earlier today, both seem to be very worried about the possibility of this bubbling over into something a lot nastier. Which should concern everybody in the entire country, you know? We'll get to that shoot bang. Haven't Trump and Homan talked about the Twin Cities operation using similar language as a foreign regime change operation? Yes. Yes. Every day I'm hoping that the temperature comes down, that the pressure releases a little bit so that, like, we stop getting closer to that horrible, horrible line. And yet it keeps building.
We've seen them attack and invade not just with this occupation, but also with the Department of Justice being used as a weapon. They're investigating me and
Alexandria Starr, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome.
Several other local elected officials, not because we've done something wrong, but because we have exhibited one of the core responsibilities that both I and you have as mayors. And that is the core and foundational responsibility to speak on behalf of your constituents. I'm going to continue to speak on behalf of my constituents. We won't be intimidated in Minneapolis, and if there is any place to take inspiration from, don't take it from me. Take it from the 435,000 Minneapolis residents that call our great city home and the many more that come and go. Take it from the tens of thousands of people that have stood up and peacefully protested to say we love our neighbor, we care about our collective family, and we're going to do everything possible to keep them safe. Take inspiration from the people that are dropping their neighbors off to the grocery store or standing guard outside a daycare to make sure that their families don't get ripped apart. Take it from the countless people that are exhibiting this foundational love of both city and, importantly, country. This is an opportunity to be a patriot, to stand up for the kinds of liberties and freedoms that we all hold dear. As a nation of immigrants, it should not matter where you are from. We rise based on our own merit. We fall based on our own flaws. Whole communities are not held accountable for the actions of a few. In America, we've got that kind of due process. We got to stand by that due process.
I do think, like, that particular line really missed the mark, especially coming off of an entire rant about how we got us. You know, people are showing up for one another and keeping each other safe, and then talking about how we fall based on our own flaws. Like, I mean, if we fall based on our own flaws, aren't you also making the argument that we catch one another? Like, come on.
Process where you actually have rights. Those rights are exhibited in the form of a court system. And the battlefield that we need to be operating on is that court system right now. Look, in cities, we have laws that we abide by. We have work that we need to do. And the reality is you can't exercise the extraordinary power that the federal government has to force nationwide outcomes on localized issues, leaving our own citizens as collateral damage in a hostile negotiation. By their own words, what we've seen this administration push for is this whole concept that might makes right. That might makes right. Stephen Miller has pushed for this concept, calling it the iron law of the world. That might makes right. Stephen Miller is wrong. Time and again, America has rejected the law of the jungle. Time and again, America has rejected this notion that might makes right. That notion and that belief that we are of something greater than simply force has allowed our country to rise in international influence and allowed great cities to be laboratories of democracy. We must reject the notion that...
Well, yeah, if the iron law of the world sounds awfully Nazi coming from Stephen Miller, that's because Stephen Miller is a Nazi.
It might makes right. Again and again. We must understand that it is not the clash of iron that furthers the notions of democracy, but it is the intense battle of ideas. Might does not make right. In cities, we all recognize that ideas make right. And so, from Portland, Maine, to Portland Avenue in Minneapolis, to Portland, Oregon, mayors, we do not back down to bullies. We stand up for democracy. We understand that the common ideals that we hold are essential to the endurance of our great republic. This may not have been a battle that we signed up for. Each and every one of us entered public service for a different reason. Some of us entered to keep our cities safe. Some of us entered because we love to build affordable housing. Some of us entered because we care about climate. But now is also a moment where we all got to stand together. You have this unique relationship with the American electorate. This is more important than being a Democrat or a Republican. This has to do with our day-to-day lives, who we are as a people, who we are as a democracy, and who we can be as American citizens. Mayors have that important role. I know that you will carry it out, and I cannot be prouder to be part of this tremendous team. And so, on behalf of all of these incredible Minneapolis residents that are going through a very difficult time right now, to say the least, thank you. On behalf of the next city and the city after that that may experience this kind of invasion, thank you. We got to hold rock solid. We cannot back down. Our cities, our mayors are what will hold this democracy together. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I understand some of you might be frustrated watching that whole speech, but understand what he's doing at this conference of mayors is pretty vital work to build bridges with other groups of folks, other mayors, other leaders around the country, in order to come up with a game plan, in order to, like, make sure that when we enter this period that is coming of ICE expansion, due to using its budget to recruit more and more people and build more and more facilities, we are all going to be in the same boiling pot. And we in Minneapolis have to hold strong and try to do our best to limit the damage that is going to come to all y'all. All right? And if you are not in a place currently under ICE occupation, you all got to start getting organized. You all got to start joining your local Dems, joining the local DSA. joining your local like church groups if you don't got either of those, but I'm sure most of you do have them. Join whatever group you have available to you that you feel comfortable getting involved with, and make sure you are going out there and actively working in your community. We have to build up the apparatus that Minnesota and Minneapolis had prior to ICE arriving here. We have to rebuild and replicate that decentralized grassroots system in every major city in this country. All right? It is necessary for you guys to take a look at what is happening here. ICE targeting schools, parents stepping up and getting attached to different organizing groups in the area in order to keep their schools safe, and things spiraling out from there. We get organized. Look what happened here and try to replicate the organizational structure that you might need. Okay? Start drawing up those plans. Start getting people involved now, because then it will be easier for you guys to respond in force when ICE starts poking and prodding to see which areas they should be seeping into. So folks, if you need help getting organized with your local Dems, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly. If you need help getting organized with your local DSA and making it more effective, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy. It is necessary now more than ever to step up and get organized. It's not enough to just show up to a protest. We have to start showing up to these meetings. Okay? Postmodern Prometheus, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I really, really do appreciate you. Because, folks, this is going to be everywhere. This is going to be everywhere. I want to share with you guys a horrifying video coming out of Nebraska earlier today. All right? This is a video from News Channel Nebraska. An ICE protester struck at a student protest outside of a school. This vehicle with the Trump flag pulled up in front of the school. You can see this boy get in with his flip-flops in winter. And you can see that this person drove directly into a protester. Right here. Now, you might notice something about this school, specifically that it is a high school. That's right. That driver drove over a child who was out protesting the murder of an innocent man in broad daylight. I think we have to have a serious conversation on what peaceful protesting is. Jacob, shut the fuck up. That man just drove over a child. What's wrong with you? Like, stop it. Y'all are crazy. Agree, he's 100% in the wrong. Then why the fuck you bringing up peaceful protest? We have to have a conversation about it. Dude, there's a time and place. And after playing a video where you just saw a child get run over by a car, saying we need to talk about the problem of peaceful protests, what's wrong with you? Stop it. You can't contribute positively.
Just
Don't.
'cause.
The Rodway, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Like, if you want to call in and debate, wait until I'm in a call-in debate show. I do those now every other week, Thursdays. But until then, like, at least pretend to be someone who gives a shit about other people in this country. Damn.
I would remind.
Now, I want to play this excerpt from a Atlantic interview with Tim Walz, okay? Because, yeah, folks, you can catch me, by the way. I'm over on The Line every other week now, every other Thursday. It's a call-in debate show. You can catch it over on Jimmy Snow's channel. There's also a channel called... I don't know the exact URL, so you'll forgive me, but it's called The Line. It's a debate show. You can find me over there. There you go. Wait, is that student okay? I have no idea. This happened earlier today. I have no updates
Satan,
on it.
angelic face emoji.
The Rod Way, thank you for the $50 super chat. My goodness. Thank you very, very much. Yes, Q&A The Line, exactly. Thank you. This is the URL. Awesome. Yes, this is the show. There are also several other spin-off network channels that you can check out. Did they get his license number? I'm sure someone can derive the license plate number from a number of videos that were filmed during that time. It is a matter of time before they find that person. But the fact is, that's where this hatred is pushing this country. You know? Someone showing up to a high school protest in order to, like, I don't know, spew hatred at students and run them over and then drive off trying to pretend that nothing happened. It's crazy. Watched you on Jimmy Snow earlier and you kicked ass. Thank you, Pepper Y. Or Pepper, Wisconsin. Jimmy Snow and The Line. There you go. But it is really important that we take a look at this. I'm going to link the entire thing here. The entire interview with The Atlantic that Tim Walz did. And... Jacob Rowe, me chiding you for trying to have a conversation about the correct way to protest after we watched a video of a hit-and-run driver, and you not being able to listen, I'm going to time you out for 24 hours. You can try again tomorrow. There you go. Let's see. You gotta... It's called social cues. I understand it can be difficult to read them. But it's a necessary life skill if you want to navigate things called conversations. Now, let's keep going. This is important for you guys to watch and listen to in full. We're going to watch maybe half of it here. But this is an Atlantic interview titled Tim Walz Fears a Fort Sumter Moment in Minneapolis. And for those of you who are need a brushing up on your history, Fort Sumter was the fort at which the first shots of the Civil War rang out. And the South attacked Fort Sumter, and that is what kicked it off. Mad Sludge, thank you for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much for the support. So what Tim Walz is worried about here is essentially the federal government coming in to fight for real. But let's listen to him talk about this.
Popular on immigration than any president in the last 50 years. And this was supposedly that. And I would remind them, we had a special election here yesterday in Minnesota The results of that race was 95-5. The Democrat won. It's a pretty blue district, but I think you see what's happening here.
Was there any point where Walz felt like he could have done anything differently to de-escalate or tone things down or even prevent what happened? Because he came in, somewhat hot, I would say, in his interview with you.
I think he's been pretty adamant that state and local governments have operated carefully and competently here. And he was firm in his position that when it comes to immigration enforcement, they'll comply with federal law, but they're not going to go out of their way to take these steps to assist, Trump's immigration enforcement operations.
I'm not sure I can do much more. I'm not going to send my police in to search preschools. I'm not going to have them walk down the street and ask brown people for their papers. I'm not going to do that because that's not my job, and I don't think it's constitutional. If they want to do their job, and they've operated for decades since they've been formed in Minnesota, and if you want to do it by due process, with humanity, with decency, and by the law, we've always worked with you. So I don't know what more they want. I'm not going to join you in battle gear with my people on the streets. I'm not going to grab 5-year-olds out of daycares. I'm just simply not going to do that. And I'm not going to not hold you accountable when you do this. I mean, can we all just ground ourselves again that after the first murder, the Vice President of the United States said, you have absolute immunity? I don't know if I'm Yale, I'm embarrassed. You gave a law degree for that? I don't have one, and I know that's not true. But look at what he said. And I'm telling you, the attitude and the aggressiveness and the interactions of this, countless things. Reporters have been there that these guys joking like it's a video game and things like that. The disruption and the moral harm that they have done to our state is unimaginable. And I would just say, if you're watching this from the outside and you see some of this, it's worse than you think, it's deeper than you think. And that assault I said on, I think they hate us because we have low childhood poverty rates. I think they hate us because we have high home ownership rates. I think they hate us because we have a progressive taxation system, meaning if you're rich, you're going to pay more. I think they hate this because it's a state that works. And that's assault will come to your state soon.
Well, and they hate us because we're not as racist as they want us to be. Which isn't to say that Minnesota doesn't have problems with racists, right? We absolutely do, right? But they hate Minnesota. Specifically, Miller and Donald Trump hate Minnesota because they've gotten it in their heads that they would have won the majority white state of Minnesota had it not been for undocumented black and brown people skewing the election results. They've gotten high on their own supply. They genuinely believe that. They thought that by sending ICE into Minnesota, that they would be that they would be greeted as liberators, that they would be seen as like cleaning up the streets, right? And you know that they thought that, by the way. You know that they thought that because of this.
We do have breaking news to bring you this Thursday morning. A statement put out just moments ago, early on this Thursday, by Senator Susan Collins, saying that ICE is ending its enhanced operations in the state of Maine.
According to a press release from Collins' office, there are no ongoing operations as of this morning. Collins says that she spoke with Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem after urging the Trump administration to reconsider its approach to ICE operations in Maine. According to Senator Collins, ICE and Border Patrol will continue their normal operations, and Collins will continue to work with Secretary Noem to end, quote, illegal immigration, drug smuggling, and other transnational criminal activity. We have reached out to Senator Collins' office for an interview and additional information on this. We'll update you as soon as we learn more.
So what that reveals to us is that why is ICE being sent to Maine? Why is ICE being sent to Minnesota? It's because in the mind of a white supremacist racist like Donald Trump, like Stephen Miller, they think that sending ICE agents into Maine is going to help Susan Collins. Is going to help her win the state. That's what they thought. And then all of a sudden, ICE starts going door to door and starts like rounding up more people, starts like showing up at schools. And it turns out people in Maine hate that. And it turns out that it's actively radicalizing people in Maine against Republicans. And so when Susan Collins then goes to Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and says, hey guys, this is actually killing me in the polls. This is actually going to kill my chances at re-election. Suddenly, the operation ends. Suddenly they're like, whoa, okay, we do have to end this. But they're doing it here in Minnesota because they thought it was a good idea. Because they thought they were going to get good results. And when it turned out that they weren't going to get good results, well, they recalibrated. They recalibrated to say, well, actually, we're going to use this opportunity to extort the state of Minnesota for their voter rolls. Because obviously, things aren't on the up and up there. And if we can't clean up all those sneaky, undocumented immigrants off the streets, well, because of this resistance network, we're going to get their voter rolls. And we're going to redouble our efforts until they give over their voter rolls. And that's what's happening here now, right? Their first mistake, though, was thinking that people in Minnesota, white people in Minnesota, were going to easily give up their neighbors and not give a shit about the people that they live around. Because they thought like racists. And are incapable of thinking like neighbors. So, that's kind of where we're at right there. Like, it's not just because Minnesota excels in a number of different ways comparably to other states. It is also because of their own racist delusions.
After the break, we hear Governor Walz's reaction to the news that federal agents involved in the Alex Preddy shooting have been placed on leave. And if he thinks we're in a Fort Sumter moment.
And Apple new powers, I wondered, don't he and his team fear that these same powers could one day be used by a different administration and a different president to achieve very different goals? Well, maybe they are afraid, and maybe that's why they're using their new tools to change our institutions, even to alter the playing field in advance of midterm elections later this year, to make sure their opponents can't win.
Ultimately, destroying trust is the currency of autocrats.
We could win, but we are very, very, very likely to lose if we keep treating this as business as usual.
Reporting on the sweeping changes unfolding in our country and preparing you to think about what might happen next. The new season of Autocracy in America, available now.
Go check it out. It might be good.
We've all been...
Wait, what, if any, is the legal justification of seizing voter rolls? There's literally no justification. States in America have final say over how elections unfold in their in their respective territory. The federal government has no control over state elections or how states, oversee elections. Like it is like a sacrosanct type of right for each state to have say over how their voting is done. Which is why a judge in court asked the Trump administration, are you trying to achieve by force what you cannot achieve through the courts? Which is to say, get those voter rolls.
Reading and hearing a lot about Minneapolis, watching the videos. Did he address at all the trauma to the state, like how it felt to be there?
Oh boy. I mean, he just described this as utterly dire.
We've got students not in school. We've got students who are afraid. We have people now, and I just have to say it,
one of the kind of amazing moments to me was when he talked about suburban vehicles, these SUVs, that his own residents, his own constituents mistook that for ICE vehicles and basically fled from him.
I've watched it. I've watched people run. I've watched people run when it's dry. And you think about the psychology of the stress that is. You see vehicles around here that look like this that say, we're not ICE, I'm a teacher, or whatever. I asked my team, I said, maybe we need to say, it's security perspective. I think most Minnesotans wouldn't run or one finger salute me, but it's just, you can feel the fear.
Well, what's the logical endpoint of this kind of vendetta, and also of this kind of open hostility against blue states, blue communities? I mean, do you worry about a kind of civil war scenario in this country?
Well, I don't want to alarm people, but I mean, the people who think that, Governor Walz should call out the National Guard and arrest ICE. Guns pointed at Americans on this is certainly not where we want to go. I think what you're seeing is the power far beyond the bullet in this is the people who are out there.
I just want to, back this up a little bit.
Kind of civil hostility against blue states, blue communities. I mean, do you worry about a kind of civil war scenario in this country?
Well, I don't want to alarm people, but I mean, the people who think that, Governor Walz should call out the National Guard and arrest ICE. Guns pointed at Americans on this is certainly not where we want to go. I think what you're seeing is the power far beyond the bullet in this is the people.
So that's not a no. That's not a, I haven't thought about that. That is, we don't want a situation where the National Guard is facing down the federal agents and guns are pointed at each other. Because if a bullet gets shot in that situation, we start entering some truly unmapped territory. What he's meaning when he says far beyond the bullet in this is that he believes that people power right now is going to travel farther than any bullet can. Right? And the fact that he is talking around this question and cannot give just a straight or a flat oh no, we're not even close. No, the Civil War, get out of here. He dances around it because there is a dark reality at the heart of what is unfolding here. It is why Jacob Fry, in his speech we just watched, is talking about, the size of what the federal government can bring militarily to Minnesota versus what he as a mayor can summon up in terms of armed individuals. They're talking about the logistics of confrontation, and it is very scary. And so this does explain, I think, a lot of their hesitancy to call up the National Guard or police in order to directly oppose federal agents. I don't know if there's really any way around that type of confrontation. It feels to me like the mayor and Walz are relying on people power in order to get done what is very clearly break glass in case of emergency, extraordinary circumstance, there's no other option type of situation, a final contingency, if you will. It is fucking scary. It's actually a lot worse than being angry at Tim Walz. It's a lot worse to see why he is so hesitant to do what he can. It is worrying that it is so close that he feels the need to talk around this issue.
People who are out there. The way this ends is quite honestly, if they're not able to, and I think Pam Bondi played the hand, interfering with our election systems, they will be wiped out, and this White House will spend the next 2 years in court with people facing potentially prosecution, and they will not be able to do their agenda. But I hear Americans on this is what makes you think we can get to November. I'll go back to my analogy
That is a very good question.
on this. Winter's long, but we're prepared for it. If it takes being in the streets till November, we'll be there. If it takes fighting them in court till November, we'll be there. And I said, just for their thing, if they want to think about this, do you not think Minnesota's always first or second in voter turnout? Do you not think that tens of thousands of people who stood out in 40 below zero are not going to show up in a heated voting booth to vote against this? If you're a Republican, you're going to lose. You're going to lose here. And that is going to have repercussions. And look, I'm not going to, people can make peace with their own morality and on this, but at some point in time, these people are thinking about that. And you're seeing it across there. I think there's some that actually have conscience. I think Tom Massey I served with actually does. I think Tom Tillis, who I served with and served on committees with, I think these folks truly do have it. I think they found their spine. I think it's spreading like wildfire. And what I do know is if that catches a little more fire, you're going to see the most impotent, ineffective presidency you've ever seen because it's shut down. They can shut it down. They keep asking, what are the Democrats going to do? We need to do more. We need to do everything. Republicans can end this.
Just one more question on the National Guard, and you said people want you to order the Guard to arrest the agents. Have you thought about a scenario, a kind of worst case scenario in which there's a clash between these different,
Well, we work at everything to avoid that. And I think following the law, and it's one thing that we've always done, I will follow the law to a T. I spent 8 hours in front of Congress talking about our state. We're not a sanctuary state. Now, do counties have the ability to make their own? Sure, they do. And that's always been Minnesota law. They try to make the case that we're not helping, we're not doing this. We follow the law all the way. But I said we get to this point, is what I told them. At what point are we going to have to stand up and push back more? You killed our people. You closed the crime scene, and you won't tell us who they are. Does it strike you as strange that I've had 2 of my citizens killed? In one, they're angry. They, being DHS and the president, are angry that it feels like they got doxxed with Ross's name, who was part of the shooting of Renee. But I don't know who did this. I don't know if these guys are on the streets right now here in Minneapolis.
Well, so there's been reporting they were placed on administrative leave. You still don't know the names of these officers?
No. And I got to be honest with you. To be generous in this, I'll do my Ronald Reagan, trust but verify. I can't verify this, so I don't trust them. I don't trust them. They're on administrative leave. And at this point in time, I told Tom, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But unless I see a reduction in these folks on the streets, I'm going to have to say that to my folks. So look, we all think we all want to avoid that, but I think the reality has sunk in this week. If you thought you could pass this by and you thought there was nothing there, I mean, is this a Fort Sumter, John Brown moment? Where are we at on this?
There it is. I do think it is extraordinarily telling that he wasn't led to that comparison by the interviewer. Sometimes an interviewer will do that thing where they say a phrase that the person they're interviewing then repeats.
We are watching January 6th again in slow motion.
Josh sees, thank you for the $5 super chat. We're seeing like he brought that up on his own. He made a direct comparison to what is happening here in Minnesota to Fort Sumter, or Sumter, rather. The first opening salvo of the Civil War, but he also made a comparison to John Brown. The firebrand that arguably lit the spark that fueled the fires that led to the Civil War. And Tim Walz knows what he's talking about. His entire educational background, he specialized in teaching history. He doesn't make these comparisons idly. They aren't something he said heat of the moment with no thought. He understands what he's saying. I believe what we need is a coordinated national effort by every city willing to sign on to institute local voting holiday with transport efforts to get people to the polls. I think that'd be a wonderful thing to do. Okay? I think that is actually a great idea. I'm going to write that down just in case I have an opportunity to ask Mayor Frey next week. But it is it is astonishing, and we're in some dark territory. Also, hello Rodway. I'm glad you enjoyed me on the line earlier. It is a terrifying moment.
And we're doing everything right. And I have said it time and time again. The way you win this is through nonviolence, that you cannot do violence. And I know my constituents are mad at me for saying that. They're shooting us. They're killing us. They're beating us. They're taking our children. But you see what's happening now. For all that power and all that cruelty, they are retreating massively. Now, I believe they'll only retreat far enough to get to the next day or the next news cycle. But again, they underestimated this state, and I think they're underestimating the American people. I'm still baffled. If you were going to pick two states to mess with, Maine and Minnesota, especially in the middle of winter, not smart.
You're still under investigation, is that right?
As far as I know.
Did that come up at all, the conversation with the president?
I will not bring it up. The only thing I asked him on the investigations was I told both the president and Tom Homan they needed to immediately drop the investigation into Renee Good's wife. And as a show of goodwill to us, I expected that to be done today. I don't know if it has been yet, but I will not bring up any of the others. But that one I feel very strongly about.
What did the president say about that?
I don't think he replied anything on that, but Tom Homan said he would call Kash Patel and check with people. He told me that.
Is there anything else about the president's tone or the...
You know, I understand. I understand the need to hold on to the idea that what these people are saying is true, but if you cannot believe that ICE agents haven't even been put on administrative leave, then like he also, and it's implied, I guess, here, he also cannot believe without seeing it actually happen that these requests are being at all followed through on. I have, and I'm sure he also has those doubts too, you know? But he doesn't want to tank the off chance that maybe they're doing something about it. It's rough. I'm gonna once again link this. I think you all should listen to the full thing. We started, you know, about a third of the way through, and there's maybe about another section left here. So there's a lot in here to take a look at and turn over and think about for sure. Especially regarding why different Minnesota leaders aren't doing what we otherwise would want them to do. What seems to us to be the obvious response. And I know when I listen to this for the stream, I know a pre-watch. I felt a chill or like a weight in my gut, just like a heaviness. And it is really, really, really depressing to think that the next 3 years would be just full-time ICE occupation. At the very least, even the next year, just ICE occupation and being terrified anytime one of my family members goes outside. I hate it. I hate it. It isn't tenable, but we are being asked to ten it. You know? Is there a way for the US to call a premature federal election? No. I mean, the hope here, right, is that it's not 3 years of this. The hope is we get to election day this year for the midterm, and we completely and utterly shellac them in every possible avenue and every possible race, and utterly and completely obliterate the Republican Party. That's I mean, that's the alternative, the light at the end of a very long tunnel is that we make it through to November. We put our votes out and we persevere through whatever pressure is trying to keep us from the polls or subvert our election results. And we utterly defeat our adversaries. And I am hoping that that is the case, and then we can then bring an end to the worst of these abuses. But it's still not a great prospect for the next year. I don't think you'll have to deal with that. I do think they'll move along, but then it will just be another city, another state. I mean, that could very well be. My hope would be that we stop it here. And they meekly go back to whatever they were doing before, you know? What about ICE being at the poll station or them seizing ballots? Well, there are people called poll watchers who can, in fact, be armed that prevent exactly that type of interference at polls and polling stations. I guess it depends on what state you're in, if poll watchers can be armed. But that'll depend on your state and local laws, all right? No more moderate Dems can't have collaborators? Agreed. Agreed. That is why every single stream I do, I tell people, get involved in your local Dems and radicalize them. Push out these corporatist fucks who are basically taking money in exchange for political favors. No more of that shit. We need to do that by getting involved, because if we're not involved, those corporatist fucks are going to take up the space. We need to get involved with our local Dems and our local DSA. Build up that local labor muscle with DSA. Build up that local electoral muscle in your local Dems. And if you need help to figure out where to start, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. Both of them have been organizers for a long time and are willing to put their expertise at your disposal to help make your your local politics better, your local Dems more radical and progressive, your local DSA more effective. Okay? We can, in fact, actually do something about this. We are not as powerless as all of these moneyed individuals who want to control our politics would lead us to believe. We are not powerless in this equation. And as evidence of that, I want to show you guys what local organizing can do at a town hall in Alabama. Here you have it. This is from yesterday. This is Congressman Barry Moore.
Why are people not getting due process? Why are immigrants not getting due process?
So due process for a citizen and a non-citizen are different.
False.
False. Lies. The 5th and 14th Amendments allow for it. The Supreme Court has backed it many times.
This is Alabama, guys.
Shame. Shame. Bye, Felicia. I don't think he'll be staying for questions.
Oh, look, if people in Alabama can show up to a town hall and send a Republican congressman running with his tail between his legs, folks, you can do it in your local area. Let's go. Shame your local Dems. There are people out there doing it right now. And you know what? They're doing a great job. Let me just throw this out there. Let's see if we can bring it up real quick. Where is it here? Was it this one? No. Where is it at? Yeah, here we go.
Swazi, I know you voted to increase ICE funding, so I wanted to get something for you. This is an adult diaper for when you pee yourself in front of Donald Trump. You can wear this. It's really nice. You're the type of leader we need right now. Someone who soils themselves when the fascists are at our door. I just would like to say really quick, if I could, as a Jewish man, I have never felt safer than when there is a masked Gestapo in the street. So thank you, Congressman Tom Swazi, for funding ICE. I think the only way, I'm on your side, the only way we can fight anti-Semitism is by aligning ourselves with white supremacists. So thank you, Congressman Tom Swazi. I know he apologized, but I just want to reiterate, nobody could have predicted that ICE would have been killing innocent people. No, nobody could have predicted, except literally everyone. Literally everyone could have predicted that. Anybody could have predicted. I feel so safe as a Jewish man being dragged out of a synagogue for protesting the Gestapo.
I'm going to read the names of the 9 people that were killed by ICE this month. Just this month. Alex Peretti, Renee Good, Keith Porter. I'm reading names of people killed by ICE. You're going to touch me? You're going to touch me? Alex Peretti, Renee Good, Keith Porter, Parity Law. These people were killed by ICE this month. Are you going to throw me out? These people, 9 people were killed by ICE this month. And you're throwing me out while I'm reading their names? How fucking dare you? How dare you? You are funding our occupation. I should be ashamed of myself. I'm reading the names of the people that were killed by ICE this month. Get out of here. 9 people were killed by ICE this month. 3 of them were gunned down. 6 of them died while in ICE custody. We are funding our own occupation with our tax dollars.
Why don't you complain about Iran?
What?
Why don't you complain
There's
about Iran?
9 people have died this month.
I'm not sure if anyone got to say before they were dragged out, this guy taking tons of money from AIPAC as Israel commits a genocide. So I just wanted to add that in the mix. Congressman Tom Swazi.
Oh no! Oh my God! This guy's gonna put me on the internet.
Oh no, dude!
Oh my God! Not the internet! Oh my God! Dude, that's exactly what you're doing. Oh my God! So cool! Oh my God!
What a psychotic freak. Imagine walking up to Walter Masterson and thinking, I'm gonna make you famous with this internet video. Like, oh okay, buddy. Oh, okay.
It's in a good cause, and you're just a hired gun for a fucking genocidal maniac.
We need more.
You need more? Yeah. More protests?
Get the fuck out of here!
I'm happy to.
Wait, I thought you said you need more protesters.
We need more protesters.
You gotta be more specific. Who are you talking to right now?
You can take pictures of me.
Well, okay, great.
No,
great.
I love you all, losers.
Okay,
for the last time.
Do you guys support ICE?
Private property.
You totally do. Do you support ICE?
I'm not answering questions.
You're not going to answer whether you support ICE or not?
No.
No?
Oh, really? Oh,
interesting.
I'll make it easy. I do not support ICE. I do not support the occupation of our own cities. But that is actually a very difficult answer to give for some people.
As Jewish people, we do not support a Gestapo. My father was, you know.
I'm not interested, guys. I told
You're not? Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Private property, I've told you multiple times. Please.
Not interested. Okay.
Yeah, as a public servant on your private property.
All right. I would like to say I'm also not interested in Gestapo murder of civilians.
Yeah.
But that's not an easy conclusion to come to for everybody.
Yeah, and you did fail.
Yeah.
You were on the wrong side of the street. And it's time to go back on the other side.
Okay, that's it.
You are not powerless. You are not powerless even if you are a minority voice in your community. You are not powerless to show up and clown on an elected official. You are not powerless to show up and like make loud noises with your voice in order to, you know, make these elected officials look bad and feel guilty, because many of them who are voting to fund the occupation of cities like mine are all too happy to do it when they are receiving no kinds of consequences. They aren't made to look silly. They aren't made to feel bad about it. They think that this will never come back to haunt them, that it will be some city over there. It will never be one in my district. Guys, when I say politics is organized bullying of our elected officials, I do mean it. Like, you guys can just show up to a public event and bully your local elected official. Obviously, while operating within the limits of the law, but you can be a clown in front of them and make them look bad. Never underestimate the power of clowning on your enemies. You know? It is funny sometimes when transphobes come in to try and make me feel bad about, like, my body, or, like, bad about, like, the transness that I have in my appearance, whatever that means. And then they're like, huh, your Adam's apple is probably huge. And it's like, man, you're in a target-rich environment, and you actually picked, like, the one thing I'm not sensitive about. It's crazy. It's wild stuff, you know? Guys, you're not gonna win against that. Like, stop. You're embarrassing yourselves. Also, every single one of you is dumb as a box of rocks. You couldn't even spell the word your. But then again, I guess that makes sense because you guys struggle with pronouns.
Fucking pronouns!
You know, whatever. It's funny. Let's continue on, though. You guys have more power. You guys have more power, and I just want to say, more power than, like, they give you credit for. And I just want to say, conservatives are bigger saps than you've ever given them credit for, okay? Like, don't be scared of conservatives, folks. Just get more politically active, right? That's the job. The job is, you know, you have dumb dipshit Republicans in your districts, wherever you are, where they're showing up and they're running to be on the school board. They're running to be in minor positions of power all around your community. And a lot of us have gotten too complacent and not challenged that. And it's your job to step up and start challenging that where you see it in your community, if you can, obviously. And I say this because conservatives, a lot of them are dumb, which is why you get this type of organizing email and fundraising email when you are a Donald Trump supporter. This might seem disconnected, but just wait. Are you an illegal alien? I reached out last week about my citizens-only survey. Your file says you're a top MAGA patriot. but my records to my survey still say response pending. Don't tell me you're an illegal alien. This cannot be true. This is your final moment to prove me wrong. Please, please. Are you a proud American citizen, or does ICE need to come and track you down? Take citizens only survey. This is the type of like fundraising bullshit that is functioning when it comes to MAGA. This is what works for them. They're like, huh, he's gonna send ICE after me unless I fill out the survey. Like, it's nuts. That is an official fundraising email, by the way. Like, when we talk about like these fundraising groups, and this is true both on the Democratic side and the Republican side, like 90% of their efforts are directed towards fundraising from the elderly and mentally infirm who are going to be like more easily duped by emails like this. You know? That's where they're at. It's crazy. Like, they're trying to fundraise off of the misery that they're spreading in and across the country. I mean, like, this is just today, folks. This is just today.
Okay, do we got her name? What's your name? What's your name?
ICE detaining mom who went out to warm her car calls someone to let them know her kids will be left alone. She was just warming up her car to take her kids to school and go to work.
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Sí, Telma, ayúdame, por favor. Mis niños, por favor.
What's, did she say her name yet?
Solos aquí en la casa. Mis niños están... Por favor, Telma, ven, ayúdame.
I'm gonna come around this side.
¿Qué? Estoy afuera, Telmo. Yo vine a prender el carro y ya llegaron. Sí, pero ayúdame, ya mis niños. Bueno, es que ya me sacaron. Sí, por eso es que te llamo, ayúdame. Mis niños están adentro, por favor.
Okay, do we got her name?
I mean, this is just happening all the time. There's no reforming this. Yeah, honestly, like, this is one of the nicer disappearances of people in this community. They took several more children from the same elementary school that Liam Ramos was abducted from. Yeah, she just keeps saying, ayúdame, ayúdame. Also, I just want to really heavily emphasize here, the people that they are sending with guns onto the streets of Minneapolis and Minnesota in order to police us and make us safe, they are a danger to us in many, many, many different ways. Yeah, Liam Ramos is the 5-year-old boy who had the blue bunny hat. Other children from his school are now being taken. But also, hey, Border Patrol employee found covered in vomit in St. Paul, charged with drunk driving. A Minnesota State Patrol trooper found Alfredo Mancias Jr. of Corpus Christi, Texas. They're not sending their best. slumped over in a car at 3:25 a.m. Tuesday in the Hamline Midway neighborhood. A CBP employee was charged with drunk driving after he was found passed out covered in vomit. His car was parked in a no parking zone and smelled like alcohol. And then he failed a field sobriety test. Like, the interesting part about this article and what I really want to bring up here is that turns out we can, in fact, arrest federal agents. It turns out that guy's arrested. He's being charged with drunk driving. Just an interesting thing to note. It's just official that we're treating functionally drunk driving as more severe than actively killing multiple people, active murders by ICE, active assaults by ICE. Every single ICE officer should be arrested and charged. Also, zombie pup procrastinator. Yes, I have a 3-hour-long video on my channel. Might not be super user-friendly, where we go through meticulously Nick Shirley's video on Minnesota daycares, and I mercilessly make fun of him and point out exactly why he is a stupid asshole. So if you find that on my channel, it was uploaded maybe like a week ago. But it is over on my YouTube channel. Hey, Hiking Hound Artistic Round. I like your username. Good. Yeah. Is your channel in bio? Here, I'll just give you a link. Boop. There you go. And folks, I just have to say, when we're talking about concerns over this thing bubbling over into more of a military conflict, it isn't coming out of nowhere. There is a leaked video of Greg Bovino talking to his ICE officers before sending them out for the day. Here is that video.
Arrest as many people that touch you as you want to. Those are the general orders all the way to the top. Everybody fucking gets it if they touch you. You hear what I'm saying? Less legals. We're going to look at shipping tractor trailer loads of that shit in here. So you catch what it's all about us now. It ain't about them. Professional, legal, ethical, moral. You know what we're talking about. Legal, ethical, moral. You're on camera. But other than that, it's what we do. What city is it, Chief? Fucking ours is our fucking city. Arrested.
That's the kind of thing they're talking about. That's the kind of thing they're talking about when they are sending out ICE officers day to day. It is... I mean, like, the idea that Tom Homan can come in and replace Greg Bovino and that it's going to get better, frankly, it's just bullshit. Here is Tom Homan earlier today at a press conference talking about how things are going to change now that he's here.
Can you please be specific about how many ICE and how many Border Patrol agents are currently operating in the state?
I think we're near 3,000. There's been some rotations. Another thing I witnessed when I came here, I'll share this with you. I met with a lot of people.
Again, like an anthropomorphic dog with peanut butter in its mouth, or perhaps just got comedically stung by a bee on its tongue.
A lot of the agents, they've been in theater. Some of these people have been in theater for 8 months.
Some of them have been in the theater. This is a wall. Like, he's talking about it like it's a goddamn tour of duty in Iraq. He's talking about it like it's a goddamn military deployment. Because that's how they think about this. They think about this and they're acting around this as if it is a military occupation of Minnesota.
They've been in theater. Some of these people have been in theater for 8 months. So there's going to be rotations of personnel. Hopefully less now that we have some agreements. Maybe we can make it more efficient and safe. But they've been in theater a long time. And so, you know, there's rotations happen all the time to get people out there and go home, get some rest and see their families.
He's deliberately invoking military jargon in order to make it even more of a military op, to occupy a civilian American city.
Day after day, you can't eat in restaurants, day after day, having people spit on you and blow whistles at you day after day, having all these threats at you day after day, having people trying to interfere with you day after day. You know, they're human. So, you know, we've got to rotate these people, and we've already rotated.
Yeah, those poor babies, day after day, having to deal with whistles and getting spat on. Meanwhile, the people of Minnesota, the people of Minneapolis, have to deal day after day with masked men beating them up, doing property damage, driving recklessly, disappearing folks, stealing their children, shooting us in the streets. But, you know, they have to deal with some whistles and, you know, some spit while they systematically deny medical treatment to those in their custody and cover up their crimes with their buddies. Yeah, it's truly so hard for them. They keep, like, the reason, like, Tom Homan here is talking about this, by the way, is like, oh, well.
They've been in theater, but yeah, the protesters are the paid actors.
Uh-huh. Exactly. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But, like, I don't know. If they were all in theater, why is the Melania showing not sold out here in Minnesota? I don't understand. If they're all constantly in theater, why are there empty seats in the Melania showing? Who can say?
But my main focus now is drawdown based upon the great conversations I've had with your state and local leaders. Again, I'm not a fool. I'm not walking away without seeing this put in place. But I take the word of the people I met with. I think they're honest, and I think they're good brokers, that they want public safety protected, and they also want what's happening in the city to go away. And that's my goal.
They, like what's crazy to me, right, is they send out these ICE agents, and they go into, like, a restaurant, and they sit down, they eat the food at the restaurant, and then they arrest the people who made the food. They arrest, like, restaurant workers. That has happened multiple times here. And then they're like, oh, but restaurants are like, don't want to serve us anymore. It's like, bitch, you keep arresting the people who make the food. Of course they don't want to serve you anymore. Get the fuck out of this city. They're goddamn cancers.
Pretty sure the airlines could make her movie an in-flight feature, and people would still walk out.
Sorry, you're blue. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I do appreciate that. Thank you. But, like, as you continue to pay attention to what ICE is saying, what the people running ICE are telling ICE officers, what they're saying even at their press conference, what Tim Walz is saying, what Jacob Fry is saying, and you put it all together, the picture that is being painted here is that everyone involved is kind of talking around a extraordinarily scary possibility that escalation on either side could make more of a reality. And I think that is why what we've seen from ICE here is a continuing at the level of intensity that they were previously. I would like to say that we aren't seeing an escalation, but it is I would argue that it is impossible to say that they're not impossible. It is inevitable that we will see escalation as these ICE agents become more comfortable and more used to the idea that perhaps they aren't going to be accountable for their crimes. Right? We've already got guys drunk driving with ICE, We've already got guys like pointing guns and threatening people. We've already got guys, shooting folks in the streets. And it is inconceivable to me that these folks won't become more emboldened as time goes on. Yeah, like Superjet Guy, I would currently describe it as a stalemate. And I don't know which side is going to give. I guess I know I do know which side is going to give first. It's going to be ICE, right? Like the people of Minnesota have shown a massive amount of restraint and a massive amount of organizing capacity and a massive willingness to show up, and more people are being radicalized to show up every single day. Every single day. Because more people are seeing what ICE is doing, more people are experiencing it. Yesterday, I played a clip of this elderly white couple who on camera are talking about the experience of exiting their church on a Sunday and seeing one of the congregants snatched up by ICE. And they compared them to bandits, And this is going to continue to radicalize folks. And ICE is going to get more cocksure, more scared at the same time, both those things. And this is a recipe for violence turned towards protesters. And if that happens, to a greater degree than it has already, we're gonna be in some uncharted territory. It's I just don't know where this gives, and that's really scary. My hope is that ICE retreats, pulls out, and tries to concoct something like this elsewhere, or adjusts their tactics or something. But it's really scary. Living here is really scary right now, and I take a lot of hope from the organizing capacity of this community, but it's real fucking scary, guys. And that all brings me to where we're at right now, vis-a-vis what the Democrats in Congress are doing for us, the people who are occupied by ICE. Let's check in, shall we? What has the minority leader, Chuck Schumer, gotten on the table to negotiate for us? Well, he's going to require warrants in some cases, and ICE coordination with state and local law enforcement, and then create a code of conduct and enforce it, and require agents to wear body cams and not masks. So that is actually way less even than was initially reported, and I gotta say, it is woefully inadequate. Not a single one of these things would stop anything that ICE is doing here in Minnesota. The body cameras wouldn't stop them because they don't care if what they do is caught on camera. The lack of masks wouldn't stop them because they believe they have full immunity, regardless of what they do. The idea that, like, you're going to add a requirement for them to have a warrant, we already have a requirement for them to have a warrant from a judge, a judicial judge. It's called the Fourth Amendment. If they're willing to break the Constitution, saying that, oh, well, you sometimes have to have one of those, it's not doing anything. It's redundant. And ICE coordination with state and local law enforcement on investigations, that's great, except that they are already not cooperating. They aren't going to now begin cooperation. They don't care about following the law. Like, there needed to be so much more to this. You think creating a code of conduct and enforcing it, like, you think that's gonna, like, stop them from doing what they do? You saw, like, look, I'll play the video again, okay?
As many people that touch you as you want to. Those are the general orders all the way to the top. Everybody fucking gets it if they touch you. You hear what I'm saying? Less legals? We're going to look at shipping tractor trailer loads of that shit in here. So you catch what it's all about us now. It ain't about them. Professional, legal, ethical, moral. You know what we're talking about. Legal, ethical, moral. You're on camera.
Legal, ethical, moral, professional, you're on camera. So if they are all operating under the assumption that they are on camera and that they're expected to behave professionally, legally, morally, and ethically, and they're not doing any of those things despite knowing that they're on camera, how is a code of conduct going to stop them from doing what they're doing already? They already have some kind of code of conduct, as alluded to by this speech. How is having one that is enforced going to be at all effective? Like, I'm so mad about this. I'm so mad about it. It's so frustrating. And I want you guys to know something even more incredible. All right? Something even more incredible. Which is that this initial agreement, right? And this is actually kind of a good thing, but wait for the gut punch at the end, all right? So the initial agreement that is being pitched are those basic protections, and then what they have agreed to vote yes on is effectively a carve-out for the DHS portion of the bill. Everything else from the other portions of the bill, because there were like 6 different parts, so 5/6 of this bill would be separated and passed, and then this portion of the bill would only be approved of for 2 weeks, which would then give senators more time to negotiate back and forth more guardrails for ICE. Which I don't exactly know how that improves your negotiating position. If, like, you're giving away a huge amount of your leverage right off the bat. But there's an argument that could be made that maybe getting these initial things in there and then having more room to negotiate could lead to even more guardrails to prevent ICE from doing certain things. You could make that argument, right? Well, a lot of that is very irrelevant because Lindsey Graham exists. Now, Lindsey Graham, I need you all to know, is essentially holding all of this up. Like, I don't really know how else to say it, but here, let's take a look real quick. Yeah. No Senate vote tonight. Couldn't get all senators to allow a speedy vote. Schumer tells reporters Lindsey Graham is blocking it. That's the holdup, Schumer tells reporters. Graham wants to keep a provision letting him sue to pocket $500,000 over January 6th phone records seized. So Lindsey Graham, by himself, killed this entire thing so that he can extort the federal government for $500,000, right? And I just have to ask, if Lindsey Graham is strong enough and powerful enough to do that, why aren't more of our Democrats doing that? Maybe it's because they're in the minority, but like, it seems to me like, I don't know. We live in hell world, man. We live in hell world. And like, there's not going to be any consequence for Lindsey Graham on this. Like, Lindsey Graham is trying to steal $500,000 in taxpayer money. Like, that's what's happening here. And no one in the media is going to make us think about it. No one in the media is going to say, like, this is like a removable offense. No, like, the same way, for some reason, like, the media just doesn't seem to care that Tom Homan took a $50,000 bribe, and it is on camera from the FBI taking $50,000 from their informant, and nothing happened to him. Right? Like, the mainstream media is so utterly broken right now, and so utterly incapable of holding people to account. Can you explain his claimed justification for asking for that money? No, I can't. I can't. I just know that that is what he is claiming and trying to hold up Congress to do. It is true. We're truly living in a baffling set of political circumstances. And as like someone who actually lives in Minneapolis, who actually lives in Minnesota, and is actually like seeing ICE operating the way it is here, and experiencing like the fear and the worry every single time my partner goes out, every single time my family goes outside, I'm so angry. I am so angry every day. I'm exhausted by how angry I am constantly at the utter failures of this administration. Not just this administration, but this administration's opposition. The Chuck Schumers of this world, the Amy Klobuchars of this world, the opposition to this fascist administration is weak as hell, and it makes me so fucking mad that they are not using every single lever of power that they have in order to stop this. Many of them think that it's politics as usual, that they're going to get back in the driver's seat and it's all going to be fine again. It's all going to be hunky-dory. They don't fucking get it, man. We spent most of this talking about how our local leaders are having to talk around the idea of potentially the start of a civil conflict in this country. And then we have to talk around the fact that the federal government is openly saying, treat the people of Minnesota as if they are enemy combatants. And then the people in the DC Beltway are just sitting around circle jerking about maybe getting $500,000. And like, oh, let's get some body cameras on these guys. As if they aren't being filmed all the time. As if they aren't being filmed and documented all the time by this organized community. We'll give them another code of conduct. Surely that will stop them. They're covering up execution and murder. I feel like I'm going crazy. So thank you for allowing me and indulging me as I do this show. To in part to remind myself that I'm not crazy to feel this way. I'm not crazy to be this angry. I'm not crazy to demand accountability for the people who are failing us and the people who are harming us. Yeah, they're covering up concentration camps, for God's sake. ICE has like $100 billion slush fund, and they've cut off medical care to people in their facilities. They've cut off medical care to children and the elderly in their care. Some of those people are going to be there for years. And I made this point earlier today on the line, but like, they have deliberately capped the number of immigration judges to 800. The estimate is if they had 1,300 immigration judges, it would take 10 years to clear all of the immigration cases that are currently sitting before immigration judges. Who I want to remind you guys are not real judges. Immigration judges are just people hired for the job. They don't have to have legal expertise, really. Immigration court is like an alien world to an actual judicial court. And like, even with 1,300,
I just talked to the
it would take
Baileys,
10 years.
and they said that another sternly worded letter will get Trump to reduce ICE violence.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
I've never seen the Baileys so aroused. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. And like, why did they even cap the number of judges? They did it because Republicans are funded in part by the private prison industry. And these concentration camps, where all of these ICE detainees are sent, are run by private corporations. So it is a massive government handout to some of the biggest companies in the country that handle incarceration. And in these facilities, they make all kinds of money off of every single detainee they have. And so by slashing the number of immigration judges, what actually happens is you are trapping these people into the concentration camp system for longer and longer periods of time. The more people they put in there and the fewer immigration judges they have, the longer those companies are able to make money. So they're doing this to milk your taxpayer dollars for their rich asshole friends. It's always about the money. And I just, every aspect of this, you know, it's why I've gone from saying we need to abolish ICE to we need to abolish DHS. There's nothing that DHS oversees that could not just stand on its own or be rolled into another agency, and there's nothing that DHS does with ICE that could not simply be completely and utterly eliminated and replaced with paperwork and fines. You could replace everything they do with like a couple hundred bureaucrats. And you could eliminate the need to enslave people in private prison camps. You could eliminate the concentration camps. You could eliminate the armed, anonymous, secret police that are snatching people up, beating people, killing people. You could eliminate all of it by treating undocumented people in this country the same way you treat someone when you pull them over and give them a speeding ticket. There is no reason for this much human misery, this much brinksmanship, this much threats of violence and invasion. There is no reason for it, and you could replace it all with a goddamn speeding ticket. We got to get organized, folks. We got to get organized. We got to keep ourselves safe. So, folks, join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. Get involved with some kind of local group, folks, because if we cannot stop them here in Minnesota, here in Minneapolis, we cannot freeze them here, they are going to be coming to your neck of the woods soon. Okay? So, get organized today. Start doing it. Make your commitment right here, right now, to go to the next meeting for your local Dems, to go to the next meeting for your local DSA. Okay? I know you guys can do it. If you can't physically go, you can you can zoom in. Okay? You can join digitally. All right? Guarantee you. We live in 2026. It is possible with technology. And folks, please, if you got anything out of this, leave a like, leave a comment longer than 8 words, subscribe, share this around. It is vitally important that people know what is happening here in Minnesota. How do people even make money housing people? I think it would cost more money to house them. Well, Crab King, what these private prisons do is they charge exorbitant amounts of money to the federal government in order to house, like, per inmate. And then what they do is, instead of providing full services and, like, you know, like enough food, enough water, enough exercise time, etc., enough light, enough livable conditions, they systematically deny those. Enough medicine, they systematically deny those in order to maximize their profit. So what is necessary is we need to get organized. And you guys need to like, comment, and subscribe. And also, you know, if you really want to piss off a fascist, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. People love it. It fits well. And it is a non-tucking lingerie. So please check it out. New designs, colors, and styles coming in the near future. And sizes. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep going, folks. We need to get to work on this. We need to get to work organizing yesterday. Let's keep on going. Blueberry Bumblebees, what was your question? I'm sorry. And yes, folks, if you are enjoying the show, we've been going for 4 hours tonight, and I did a 4-ish hour-long show earlier today, so we're going on 8 hours of me doing live content for you fine folks today. So please consider clicking that button. Click the like button, click the subscribe button, click the follow button. Support the show. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button. Oh yes, I wrote that down, Blueberry Bumblebees. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, Hell yeah. Cyrex, thank you. I'm glad that my content can give you some hope when you're at work. I appreciate it. God. Up since 5, so I'm gonna dip. Good night, Archangel. Get good sleep. Yo, Olsen Exy, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Let's go! Oof. Thank you so goddamn much. Yeah, so there is it's not finalized that I would be able to ask Mayor Fry some questions, but if I can, I would love to pass along some questions related to some of this, what is going on. I want to ask him about the status of like an eviction moratorium in the city. I also want to ask him about the Fort Sumter moment that Tim Walz was talking about. I also want to talk to him about the ideas you guys brought forward today, like local voting holiday and municipal help transporting people to the polls. Especially because municipal efforts to do that would be really helpful when the state is under siege by the state. I can't elaborate on it, Banana Brains, because I don't have a bunch of details on it yet. And it's not even like locked in and confirmed yet. So like yeah, not much more I can say. Any chance, and also I'll ask about the like city backed volunteer group for ICE. So like it's it's a whole thing. Gotta unmute Coder Joe. I don't know why Nightbot did that, or the bot did that, but no. There we go. Decommodify housing. Yeah, I would love to like put some more socialist ideas into Jacob Fry, but I don't think he's amenable to that. Some what if alt hist as a treat. It's 3:30 in the morning. I'm gonna go pass out. I've been making content for like 8 or 9 hours today. It's been a long day, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll see what's up. See what's going on. Come on. I can't tonight. But I will have you know that I got through all of the content that I had prepped for today. And so tomorrow we have a bit more of an open schedule to talk about and like do what we will. We'll do what we will. I don't know why I said it like that. Good night, folks. Get good sleep. Drink plenty of water. I will see you all tomorrow. Fare thee well, you fine feathered friends. And remember, folks, get organized.
We have plowed and we have planted, we have gathered into barns,
Oh, and thank you, Irascended Kitten, for the $10 dono. I appreciate you.
With babies in our hearts, but you won't find our stories in most history books you read. We were there, we're still here, fighting for the things we need. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. From the textile mills in Lawrence to the sweatshops in New York, from the fields in California where our children had to work, we fought to make a living. Bread and roses was our pride. Though they jailed and beat our bodies, our spirit never died. We were there in the factory, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We were Polish, we were Irish, we were African and Jew, Italian and Latina, Chinese and Russian too. They tried to use our differences to split us all apart, but the pain we felt together touched the bottom of our heart. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We are teachers, we are doctors, we are cooks and engineers, letter carriers, truck drivers.